as we have our backs whenever our foes stand by. This time we will win. This time we'll have to join forces. This time we will win. This time we'll have to join forces. Castles and dragons, the battle begins tonight. Are you with me? This is our kingdom and we won't run tonight. We are a team. Castles and dragons, the battle begins tonight. Are you with me? This is our kingdom and we won't run tonight. We are a team. We can do anything together if we just try. And as long as we have our backs whenever our foes come by. This time we will win. This time we'll have to join forces. This time we will win. This time we'll have to join forces. When I close my eyes before going into Universum, I think about a moment we were hoping wouldn't end, because I never knew it was my imagination. I never wanted to say what I said, I just wanted an explanation. Never wanted. I feel so alive. I've never felt this way before. It must be you and I. It's got me thinking about us more. It's these bright lights that put me in a daze, and I can't stop but think about the way that you move around up and down on that stage. It's your future vibes. Bright lights that put me in a trance, so I feel like I can do it all. It's a good life that I really want. It's those future vibes. I got those future vibes.
There we go. Okay. We are gonna go ahead and get started. Sorry about the delay. We had a couple of minor issues to get settled before we could get started with tonight's show. Currently, I'll be flying solo. Cole is missing for the time being. Hopefully, he will arrive in a bit, though. So, it looks like the brackets are up, and our first game is gonna be, from what I understand, Common Sense versus Bungo. I'm gonna go ahead and get myself into the lobby. There we go. Alrighty. I think we have seen Common Sense before. Let me see if I can recognize some other players. View roster. Yes, I do. Uh, Kargath Blade Fist. If he had the actual fist, it'd be like the best name ever. Especially appropriate for an Olaf player. We've seen Deathwing before. So, they're a returning team. I don't know so much about Bungo. I believe they are new. I don't recognize any of their players. Unless they have played before, we just haven't spectated, which is definitely a possibility. And assuming that everything goes well, there's quite a few teams that registered today. We had 20 something, quite a few. The winner of this game will go on to face the Da Vinci Load, who are a team that show up quite frequently. And let me have a look at last week's bracket so I don't say anything wrong. That would be fairly awkward. 38. Okay, opening it up, the bracket. And last week it was the Game House who defeated the Vinci Load. So the Game House is our returning champions, and Da Vinci Load were our second place team. They frequently, they won. The Da Vinci Load won several weeks in a row before they were defeated 2 weeks ago in the finals, and they also got to the finals last week and were defeated again. So we'll have to see if they can have their revenge against the Game House later, because the Game House is returning. They are in the bottom side of the bracket. They are currently in their bye, and they will face off the winners of Bullet Club versus Longsword. I believe Longsword is a returning team. Other than that, we do see quite a few returning teams. There's Supernova. Let me see who else. Supernova, Longsword, Sirius Series, Broken Meta, Supernova Nova Gemini. Something's wrong here. Oh, and we are in Champion Select. They just started it. There we go. Let's have a look to see who bans what. The TSM versus C9 files quarterfinals just ended not more than 30 minutes ago, 45 minutes ago, somewhere in that range. And quite the upset. C9 was expected to take that pretty handedly, but they lost 3-1. And Malphite banned immediately. Malphite being a super popular ban right now. He's super strong with his ability to turn into a really strong initiation force into the late game. Udyr is banned. Udyr, of course, is maybe not as late game impactful as Malphite in team fights, but he has a very strong early mid game, and he can translate that lead into making his late game just super annoying by split pushing, taking objectives. He's very powerful 1v1. Soraka banned. We do see Soraka bans occasionally. Her heal ability to just repeatedly heal anyone over and over again, on top of having a global heal, is obviously very powerful. Gangplank ban, Poppy bans, two of the other very, very popular top laners. The top laners are being banned out quite a bit here. So Nautilus is also banned out. It's basically the Gangplank as a carry, banned out. Poppy, Malphite, and Nalus are all banned out as tanks. And Thresh being hovered over. Thresh, of course, being one of the, in my opinion, he's still one of the best supports in the game. Though don't take my word for it. It's just his ability to pick targets, initiate, disengage. He's got a little bit of everything, pretty much. He's still hovering. 18 seconds to lock. Oh, there it is. Okay, so he's locked in. Thresh is the first pick. That gives him a number of options for who they want to pick for AD carry. It's a very safe first pick if you know how to play it. Zac being hovered over. We don't see Zac very often. I do feel as though he is underrated. We saw Zac, I think it was a couple weeks ago, and the team did very well with him. He's had very, very super strong engages from Melo, with his long range elastic slingshot. Alistair is locked in. Alistair is another support who's just pretty much good at not necessarily everything. He did get recently nerfed. They actually nerfed his heal, which was kind of surprising because it wasn't very strong in the first place. I guess that's not the right way to say that. It's not that it isn't strong, it's just it could heal a lot as long as you have some cooldown reduction and minions die constantly. Olaf and excuse me, we have Olaf and I forget his name already. Wannabe Painter. The reason I'm not forgetting his name is because I don't play him at all. I don't think I've touched him once. He's not really that interesting to me, other than that he does have a unique kit. But I have seen him being used to great success with his long-range abilities, um, especially with Curtain Call. See, I remember his ultimate. I don't remember the champion's name. What's wrong with me? Sivir is locked in, so that's probably their AD carry. Trundle being hovered. Trundle is another fairly common. Okay. Trundle is another very common top lane pick. His ability to particularly make tanks not very tanky is extremely powerful. He typically does fairly well. Maybe has less impact late game due to that other tanks can have just more CC than him, but it doesn't. Not a tank here. It's Olaf. So that's an interesting choice. Some people might consider Olaf a tank, but I don't consider him a tank. I consider him a bruiser. Trundle is more of a tank than he is, and Trundle is not really tank-ish. Durable doesn't make him a tank. Fizz locked in, and when Hecarim locked in. Hecarim did receive those buffs fairly recently, a couple patches ago, where increased the knockback range on his charge when the longer he is charging up that speed. The longer he is, the faster he gets, and when he hits a target, knocks him back more. So that can be powerful, to say the least. And of course, Fizz is a very controversial character, especially among lower ranks, because of his ability to outplay people, quote unquote. And Yasuo being hovered. Yasuo is fairly good against Fizz, especially if you can windwall the shark before it can hit you. And everyone's locked in. We are waiting for the last minute as they switch champions around. And it looks like everything's pretty much set. We have Olaf and Trundle in the top lane, Zac and Hecarim in the jungle, Fizz and Yasuo in the mid lane, and in our bottom lane we have Thresh and Jhin versus Sivir and Alistair in the bottom lane. So, matchup wise, I probably think that I think Olaf's probably gonna have a little stronger early game. He did take Flash, which probably isn't a bad idea because if he tries to take Ghost instead for the aggression, he can die in a gank very easily because Ghost doesn't let him walk through Pillar. So if Trundle gets a very good Pillar and locks him into a corner where he can't get out, then it doesn't matter. He can still die. So Flash is probably a good thing, safer. If it wasn't Trundle or Jarvan, I would say go ahead, take Ghost. Ghost is good. Um, but I think just in terms of pure 1v1, I think Olaf has the advantage, though that's another thing. I just haven't played Olaf recently, especially since they recently changed. It wasn't recently, I should say. It's been a few patches. They did change his I think how his healing worked. I think his healing's a lot stronger now. Can't count Trundle out though. Trundle is still very powerful. Jungle wise, Hecarim does more damage, but uh, Hecarim is very powerful. But I do think that Zac has more CC. So I think when it comes to team fights, I think Zac can be more disruptive. But I think Hecarim has a better chance of, say, killing a carry. But that depends on how Zac builds. Zac can deal very, very strong deceptive damage if he builds right, such as something like Lilandry's Torment. Lilandry's Torment actually gives him quite a bit of burst damage. He can 100 to 0 enemy carry with just basically using, if he lands the elastic slingshot and uses his ult, and it actually deals quite a bit of damage because you can spam the W during the middle of the duration. But it depends if he builds. He probably will because I almost always see Zax's building Leander's Torment. It's got health, it's got AP, has the percentage magic damage, burn. It's pretty good. That's my opinion though. Fizz versus Yasuo. I feel that Yasuo has the advantage, but that's not a 100% guaranteed loss for Fizz, as long as Fizz doesn't get knocked up and can get around the wind wall and prevent Shark from hitting that wind wall, because that wind wall kind of decides fights. Because if it doesn't hit Yasuo, then if his isn't dealing that increased damage he gets from landing the Shark. Their heck is not in their team. That's what it looks like to me. Maybe is it a bug in the? Let's wait for loading screen before I decide there. We are actually getting into the loading screen now. Once we get in here, I can maybe see what you're talking about because I'm pretty positive that's a Hecarim. I could be wrong. That doesn't happen very often, but sometimes I am. Okay, so we need to change our. Let me minimize some of these windows because I got 15 of them up. I need a third monitor, I think. I do believe that would be best. Okay, so our blue team. Blue team is common sense, so. And our red team is Bungo. How do I abbreviate Bungo? Do I just want to do BGO? I like it. Oh, I see what you're saying. The Hecarim is not in their team. Hopefully we can have one of the admins check that out. I will let them handle that. Okay. For now, I'm gonna pretend he's part of the team. Um, I'll let our admins handle any issues. Um, where was I? Do believe I didn't get a chance to talk bot lane matchup. Uh, it is Thresh and Jhin versus Sivir and Alistair. Hmm. This is kind of hard for me because I don't know. I know Jhin deals a ton of damage, and I always underestimate how much damage he deals. Um, just from what I know, from the limited things I do know, um, at Jin's limited mobility, he basically makes up the limited mobility rather than the speed boost he gets when he crits, by just tons of damage. He doesn't have attack speed boosts. I'd probably, just from what I know, I'd probably give the advantage to Alistair Sivir because he doesn't have that mobility. It's very easy for Alistair to get on top of him and keep him CC'd while Sivir does damage. That being said, if Thresh can do really good peel and use the lantern to help keep Jhin out of danger and keep Alistair off him, I think they might be fine, basically. Alrighty, we are in the game, officially. This is our first round of this tournament. Let me go ahead and hide the chat window so you guys don't see that. Those are private messages. Okay, let me rearrange all the champions. For now, I'll be flying solo. I'll do my best. I'm not quite as good as the whole hype thing as Cole is, so you'll just have to bear with it. I apologize if I'm inadequate. Let me continue finishing that. And there we go. Everybody is arranged. Pretty typical item starts, nothing too out of the ordinary. Little invade here. I'm assuming they're just warding. Though with the Thresh, if they could get a pick, they could at least pop a flash pretty easily. Yeah, they definitely have a pretty good level 1 team. I don't know how well Jhin does, but from what I imagine, he does fine. I don't see any. Let's see what he take first. He hasn't taken anything yet. I could see Dancing Grenade or being pretty much Dancing Grenade being pretty good level 1. I don't know what he takes first though. Okay, everybody is pretty much going to their areas. Trundle and Olaf heading to the top lane. Junglers starting on the bottom side or their ADCers to get the leash. Okay then. Oh, wrist. Everybody's trying to farm up. Olaf decides he wants to give a little love to Trundle. Could actually do quite a bit of damage. Definitely should not underestimate Olaf's ability to deal lots of damage, consistent damage with the axe, as long as they keep picking it up. Yasuo and Fizz having a little fun in the mid lane. Little poke, little love tap. Hecarim is clearing fairly fast, while Zac is actually clearing quite slowly. I'm not too sure what the plan is here. Probably Hecarim is going to look to gank mid lane since Yasuo is fairly up. And Zac will look to go to top, probably. Maybe they want Trundle to look ugly. Oh, yep, there's Hecarim in the mid. And is that going to be first blood? Yep, there's first blood. Kind of figured that would happen. Oh, Thresh lands a hook. nothing really comes of it other than some more poke. Jin getting in some very good damage. This is Trundle getting zoned out quite a bit there. He's being... Whew. Hecarim went in for that bottom gank. Ended up getting CC locked up a little bit though, and Alistar walks away safely. Nope, and... that pillar was kind of meh, but it ended up working out. So jungle was pretty much where I thought they would. There really were no wards. So that kind of wasn't good. Kind of have to ward your area so that you, especially if you're pushed up like that. The junglers went exactly where I thought they would and ended up getting 2 kills. First blood going to Common Sense. Olaf has used a TP to get back to lane. Since Trundle has pushed it up, it gives me the opportunity to back. Well, I've gotten that crystal first, so it's looking like if I had to guess, he's probably gonna go for Phage. Get that Black Clipper. Oh, Alistar locking up Jin, but nothing really coming of it. Oh, forced to flash. Very, very good. The Sivir really wasn't there to back up Alistar, which wasn't really that good. Fizz and Yasuo trading blows. Oh. Oh, and nice flash. But I think he's probably still going to go down. Oh, maybe not! Oh, the burn from red buff. Let's see. Hecarim is going for that warrior. It's not too surprising. Olaf and Trundle having words with each other. That's good. It's kind of close. Trundle forced a flash. That was really close to that. I imagine if he actually got one more attack, he might have killed him. That was really risky though, to stay. So I think I don't blame him for playing it safe and flashing out. But he's in a bad spot. He's getting out CS pretty heavily. So even with that assist, I imagine he's already back behind in gold again. And here comes the gank bot lane. Jin getting locked up and CC'd. They're trying their best to kill Sivir, but she managed to flash out, and here comes a horse. Sivir goes down, Zack's passive is popped. This could be bad news for the Bungo. And ends up being a double kill going to Common Sense. Let's I think go ahead and slowly push this tower down. How's it doing in health? It's got quite a bit of health, so I don't think they'll be able to get it this way, but they will get quite a bit of damage in, so that's good. Fizz and Yasuo having fun times again. Fizz does not have 6 there though, and Yasuo does. So Fizz should have it soon, I imagine. Managed to dodge the trender pretty easily. And there's a 6, and he whiffs the shark. That's not good. Let's see what they do here. Hecarim is taking the Raptor camp. Zack is warding around and going for blue. Especially considering Yasuo has pretty much almost no use for blue. He only needs the cooldown on 2 of his abilities. If I had to guess, I'd say they're nervous. I did not actually get a chance to look at their ranks. I had a chance, but I didn't. Did not take the chance. Olaf and Trundle once again having words. Trundle is behind. Oh, his could be a dead Trundle because he does not have flash. And yep, Olaf using his CS advantage. He actually did get a chance to go back and buy more longswords and a Kindle gem. Interesting choice. Trying to think what else Kindle gem builds into. I do not remember now. Fizz is fairly low, but he looks like he's going to get a CS. Zac is taking red buff. Hecarim and Olaf are coming mid. Ooh, very good flash. Zac's coming in. This could be really risky. It was not a bad play per se, but it was really greedy. Fizz did have his ultimate up, and that kind of changed the entire fight. Oh, and Trundle is going to be back though. Whew. Olaf did quite a bit of damage there, ended up doing quite a bit to Zac. If Zac had landed his slingshot, that would have been a different story. Alistar uses his ult, not sure that was necessary since it was just Thresh hooking him into the turret when he's at full health. He is Alistar, probably would have been fine. Hecarim is going to go ahead and take that blue buff for himself since Fizz is not there. It's not like he can't use it, it's still pretty good on him. Olaf has picked up his Caulfield's Warhammer. Still not so sure about the Kindle Gem. Trying to remember what item is built into it. Alistar flashes onto Jhin. Jhin is caught. But nothing is going to come of it since Olaf has TP down. And Olaf goes ahead and just kind of eats Sivir alive. Curtain Call gets one shot, two shots onto Yasuo. Oh, Alistar kind of puts Thresh out of the fight, but Fizz is going to finish off the Alistar. And more CC lock, and Zac tries to E over the wall, but ends up going down to the red buff plus Fizz burn. It looks like they're going to go ahead and take Dragon. First Dragon of the game going to Common Sense. Well, I knew it couldn't have been built into Spirit Vision, so I'm trying to think of what else, because it used to build into other items, but I can't remember now. Trying to think if you really need Spirit Vision here. The only magic damage is Trundle's ultimate and Zac. I guess technically Yasuo's dash does magic damage. I could see it, I guess, as long as he only built one magic resist item. Helps his healing. Yeah, okay, I see it. I do believe that he is going for Black Cleaver first. That's what it looks like to me. I believe Trundle is going to try and get Titanic Hydra first. Oh, Locket's another thing, yeah. Duh. We do see quite a few banners nowadays. And Trundle once again forced to flash. Omewrecker built of it? I guess because I never see Omewrecker. More flashes. Now, if I just saw that right, I do believe Olaf got knocked up, but only because the pillar landed directly beneath him. So Olaf and Trundle do go down. Mutually assured self-destruction. Fizz goes on to Yasuo, but I guess Alistar saves Yasuo. I do believe that the Fizz would have killed him if not for Alistar. He owes him a beer, that's my opinion. Looking at other items, Hecarim did finish his warriors. He did pick up the Swiftness boots, which that makes sense. Swiftness is just so very popular right now, where it wasn't before. And if I had to guess, I believe he is also going for a Black Cleaver. Which is not the worst choice. He has lots of physical damage. He can use the CDR and the health. Fizz is going for a Zhonya's, which is not a bad decision. Yasuo is kind of rough in a 1v1, and the activatable from Zhonya's does give him some more outplay potential. Yeah, it looks like Jhin is going for Essence Reaver, which is fine. Gives him crit attack damage, mana reduction, some mana regen through crits. Not sure what Zach is building second. Cloth armor just builds into so many different items. Could be Wardens, could be Thornmail, could be, heck, it could be even Zanya's, which is Zanya's active on a Zach who's ulting is hilarious to look at. Yasuo did pick up a Hexdrinker first, which makes sense. It's a good first item. Curtain Call going down. This is a fairly greedy dive, but Sivir may still go down. Curtain Call kind of got cancelled because he used it right next to Alistar, which is a little silly. Hecarim is trying to eat. Trying, I say, and he actually did get it. Exhaust going down in mid lane. And Zac is trying to heal up as much as he can. Using the little blobs. Forced to flash. And he's just going to go ahead and Elastic Slingshot away. He's going to leave Alistar to die. That's why I said I feel Zachar's been underrated. He's very good. Deals good damage. His initiation is pretty much as good as Malphite's. Zac tries to back in the bush, ends up getting found by Thresh. He wasn't watching. I'm guessing he was in his buy menu. That is why you don't get in the buy menu when you're in a dangerous situation like that. You might not be watching. Fairly unfortunate choice. CS-wise, Olaf is just demolishing Trundle right now. Hecarim is basically beating Zac, and they're ganking just as much, so he's got them out that front. Yasuo is out CSing Fizz, but Yasuo has died quite a bit more as well. Actually, no, he's only died once more. He has less kills. So, gold-wise there, I think Fizz has the lead, and that's not counting global objectives. And Sivir is out CSing Jhin, but I don't find that too surprising because of how much just wave cleared and how strong Sivir is at pushing. As long as Jhin gets engaged on, gets knocked up, and managed to dodge the long range ability at snares, and voila, Jhin goes down. And I mean, CS on the Subforge is irrelevant. And Trundle gets locked up by Chum the Waters. Oh, pretty good use of the pillar, but Thresh is there as well, so it was really easy just to lock him up even more, prevent him from escaping. So in retaliation, it looks like Bungo is just going to go ahead and push to the mid. Zac is very durable right now. He's getting what looks like a Spirit Visage next. Not a bad choice. Fizz does quite a bit of damage. And speaking of, Fizz is behind them. Sivir is going to go ahead and use the ult to engage on them, but Thresh was there to line him out. Dragon is up in about 8 seconds. So, and they're just in there just in time to do it. Zac is trying to heal up a little bit. Is his passive up? I don't know. It isn't easy like Aatrox, where Aatrox has the visible red bar if he has his passive up. Well, they weren't able to do it. It looks like they want to go ahead and back, play it safe. So second dragon is going to once again go to common sense. Olaf has finished his Black Cleaver. Hecarim has finished his Black Cleaver. Finished his Zanyas. Pretty much all the items we were talking about did get finished. Olaf and Fizz are going to go for the dive, and Sivir is going to go down. Looks like they're going to try and take out this bottom turret. With Hecarim just going to go and try and tank a little bit. There it goes. So that is the first tier 2 going down. And so far, Common Sense has only lost, looks like, 2 turrets, it says. Yep, basically they lost their mid turrets. Their 2 side lane turrets are still up, basically. They're going to try and take some of this jungle, deny some gold. They know they're there, though. There are wards. Olaf getting some more defensive items. Looks like he's going to go for the Deadman's Plate, which makes sense because it's an awesome item on him. Trundle has finished his Titanic Hydra. I don't know for sure if it is. Oh, Fizz gets a little greedy, ends up going in. Probably still gonna die? Yes. Trundle does flash after him. So Common Sense still has the lead, but they were kind of overstaying their welcome. And they get engaged on very, very hard. And it looks like they're gonna try for Baron. I lied, Rift Herald, because Baron isn't for a minute. It's not fine. They need the gold. Olaf does get locked up. Uses his ult to try and prevent getting slowed, but I do believe he is gonna go down. Yep. He had flash, but probably decided he was gonna die either way, so he didn't want to waste it. So, good choice. The Rift Herald did go down. Sivir's gonna pick up the buff. And they're all gonna back. Let's see what they buy. Zach's probably gonna end up finishing his Spirit Visage. Trundle could build any number of armor items with that. So Ninja Tabby, like Zach ended up doing, but he ends up with the Swiftness instead. No problem there. Yeah, Cloth Armor and Health Crystal could be any number of items. Fizz is going for the dive. Curtain Call comes up. But and in return, Fizz does end up going down with his aggression. Alistair go ahead and locks up the Thresh. Hecarim is coming in. Jhin is going to try and do some serious DPS to Yasuo. Thresh ends up using the Flay to keep him in range. And Alistair is getting CC'd by Hecarim, and Olaf ends up going down. And with 3 down, once again some overextensions. They are going to head and go and take this turret. That is the second tier 2 turret going down, but in the mid lane this time. That puts Common Sense at a 3 turret lead, and they also have roughly 8 to 7k gold lead, which isn't like the worst thing in the world, but the turrets are telling a very, very good story here within who is in the lead. Common Sense has fairly good control as long as they can avoid mistakes like they did recently where 2 of them died. Olaf hasn't finished his Deadman Plate, which makes him an enormous threat to Sivir, because as soon as he ults, there's nothing they can do to prevent him from getting on top of her. I'm trying to think what else they're buying here. Hecarim has not purchased any additional items, but he could build, once again, a number of items. He could build a Deadman's Plate himself. He could build Eternity Force to go into more damage. There's all kinds of things. Looks like Fizz is going to go for that Lich Bane. And Jhin has finished a Rapid Fire Cannon. Trundle is going for a Sunfire Cape instead of the Deadman's Plate. Sunfire Cape does give him more damage over time in a long, drawn-out fight, which is what he will be doing with Olaf. Sack did finish his Spirit Visage, and he has purchased more health, which makes sense. Yasuo has Static Shift and is working towards what I imagine is going to be Infinity Edge. Alistair has had his Aegis finished for a while, and he is working towards that lock because he does have the Kindle Gem. Some little skirmishes in the mid lane. Fizz ends up getting tornadoed and uses his Zanyas to avoid more damage. And Yasuo is going to go down. Hecarim is chasing Sivir. Zach has used his ult to try and do some serious CC lockup, and Olaf has popped his Ragnarok to dive in. Ooh, good peel by Oster. Sivir ended up living. So a 2 for 0 exchange in the favor of Common Sense once again. They almost, if one other person had been there to deal damage to Fizz, I think they might have killed him. But as soon as the duration from Yasuo's knockup was done, he got CC'd. Zac is diving in again. He is quite durable, but he has been armor shredded completely. Fizz does end up taking out Sivir. Alistair is trying to occasionally slap him. And Trundle goes up and bites him in the face. Surprise Trundle. And Jhin is going to go down. He ends up trying to flash up the pillar, but Trundle did one last auto attack. So, Common Sense once again kind of overstaying. They ended up in another fight where they ended up losing quite a few people. So I feel this game, Common Sense is definitely leading, but this game could go either way if Common Sense keeps making mistakes like that. They do know that Baron is happening right now, and Hecarim dives in and gives Yasuo a tap in the face. Olaf has used Ragnarok, but the duration is now over. Trundle could get a good pillar here and lock one of them up, maybe, but he cannot keep up with either of them. Hecarim is very fast, and Olaf has a dead man's plate. Oh! Zac wanted it, but he overshot just slightly. If he had been down a little bit more and a little less range, he would have caught Hecarim. Thresh showed that ward who is boss. More wards going down. And Fizz managed to get away from Trundle pretty easily there. Oh, Hecarim's going in! That was a mistake, to say the least. Not sure what he was trying to do there. That was super greedy. Yep, Fizz avoids the tornado. Olaf has dived in, but Sivir uses the spell shield to block a reckless swing. That reduces the damage quite a bit. And while Hecarim is down, they're going to try and push. Ooh. Yasuo does get locked up by Thresh, but Alistair CC immediately comes in. Fizz gets away barely. And once again, Trundle is like, no, he's not getting away. Nope. Zac is in here. He's trying to keep them CC'd up. Trundle doesn't want to die. Alistair gets locked by the hook. Yasuo gets a two-man knockup. Could this be Common Sense going down? They lost quite a, basically everyone's dying here. Zac ends up having his passive popped. He is most certainly going to go down. Hecarim looking to finish the last member. Trundle gets a pretty good pillar, but Hecarim uses the ult to get around. And Ace going to Common Sense. So they're both teams just kind of keep throwing over and over again. Common Sense is just the one throwing the least. Hecarim went with Titanic Hydra. Not the most typical choice, but I can see it working. Olaf has picked up QSS. Probably, I imagine he wants to use that on Trundle when Trundle uses the ult to reduce his resist and drain his health. That's what makes the most sense to me. And Hecarim is just going to be a big old thief and take jungle. They see him, but I don't think they're going to be able to catch him. Oh. They see him doing the scarab. Dragon isn't quite up yet, so they're just kind of farming up, kind of wandering around. Zac and Olaf meet each other, and Olaf is going to get locked up, and he's going to go down. Or not Olaf, sorry. Zac is going to get locked up. He's kind of greedy instead of just immediately getting out. Ooh, Curtain Call is going to try and CC Yasuo. Lots of big fights going on. Yasuo ends up going down to a combination of Fizz and Jhin. And actually pretty much everyone. Alistair gets hooked, gets flayed, and ends up going down. With Thresh going down to the turret. And it looks like it is probably going to be game, I imagine. It's only Sivir up, and I don't see her being able to kill all of them. Managed to spell shield the Fizz Q, but Hecarim comes in and pushes at the sacrifice of his own life, does manage to kill her. Game 1 goes to Common Sense. Probably? Likely? Can Zach save the day? Oh, nope. And Zach goes down. Good game. Sorry if my pace is a little slow. Not quite as used to speaking as much as Cole is in these situations. So we are going to go ahead and go to game 2 of the round 2 of our tournament. Looks like instead of doing what we usually do, we're actually going to change up who we watch to try and get a little bit of view of everybody. So I'm just going to go ahead and wait for the next tournament code. Get back to... There we go. Alrighty. Alrighty. That was exciting. It's always nice to see some of the lower end matches because we see mistakes, and mistakes create lots of action typically. So we saw that Common Sense, like I said, had the lead, but they were making mistakes, and one of those could have been fatal for them even if they had done it a little bit later. But in the end, it ended up not being that way. They ended up managing to push for the win. So once we get the second tournament code, we will jump right into the lobby of the second round game, which I am not sure who we will be watching yet. Let me go ahead and update you guys on the bracket. Okay, so with the winner of that last game, it is going to be Common Sense versus the Da Vinci Load, who are our second place team for the last two weeks. And let's see. Our other round 1 match following that, the Weebros versus Turtle Squad, as far as I can see, is not finished yet. Alrighty, looks like we're going to be watching Supernova versus Polar G, or Polararg? Polar G. I'm just going to call him Polar. See if I can find them on the bracket. Yes, okay, I see them. They are a second round match, Supernova versus Polar G. Supernova did get a bye, so this is going to be their first match of the tournament. Hopefully not their last. But unfortunately, as all things go here, until you reach the finals, any game could be your last. Somebody has to lose, unfortunately. There is no loser's bracket here. Let's have a look. There's actually quite a few Supernova teams. You got Supernova Phoenix, Supernova Genemy, and Supernova. I am wondering if they are all associated with each other. So let's go back to the, while we're waiting for all the members of this game to join the lobby, we are going to go ahead and go through the bracket again, because I haven't actually done that yet. Cole usually does that, and I'm not used to it. Weebros versus Turtle Squad is going on, and the winner of that game is going to go on to the second match versus Focused Who won their first round match versus Reverie Esports. I don't know if I said that right, because they're spelled Savage wrong. Maybe on purpose. Supernova got who we are watching now, and versus Polar G. Polar G winning their first round match versus Gratata, just an interesting name. The Game House versus Bullet Club in the second round. Game House getting their bye. Bullet Club defeating Longsword. Never Say Die did get a bye into the second round, and they're facing off against Serious Series, who just defeated Broken Meta X. Supernova Gemini is going to be facing off against Nightwalker, who defeated MHS. No, sorry. Both Supernova Gemini and Nightwalker actually did fight in a match in the first round, and they're facing off each other. Supernova defeating MHS, and Nightwalker defeating Polyvarsity. Interesting name. See. Something's wrong here is going to face off against this tournament isn't rigged, who defeated Rosenor Esports. I don't know if I pronounced that correctly. I apologize if I butchered the name. Sorry, one of the guys was wondering why I was here in the lobby. And moving on, this tournament isn't rigged. Supernova Phoenix got a bye in the first round, and they're going to face off against Utah Varsity, who defeated our free agent team. Are they actually from Utah University, I guess? No, that's silly. They probably just named themselves Utah Varsity. A team from Utah, I imagine. Somebody wants to, if I'm wrong there, somebody can feel free to correct me on that. Okay. I'm just waiting for the teams to, uh, they want to readjust their order. And so once they get done with that, we are ready to jump into the game, I imagine. We'll jump right into Champion Select. Let me have a look at the teams here so I can see who is what. Let's see. Who is who? Hmm. Let's see. Okay, looks like Supernova is on the red side, and our other team. Hold on. Gotta let them know I'm ready. That's last week's bracket. No wonder I don't have any sense. Polar G is our blue side team. Polar G has the higher rank overall, but we'll see how the game goes. And we are in Champion Select. Let me go ahead and adjust the scene. There we go. Let's see how things go. It'd be interesting to see who bans what. See if we see the usual bans, picks and bans, or if see some more specialized picks. So Kindred gets banned up fairly quickly. Kindred, while not the most popular jungle, is still very powerful in the right hands. And does see professional play occasionally, like today I believe C9 used her quite a bit, though they ended up not performing as well as they wanted to, I imagine, against TSM. Malphite gets banned again, so that's not super surprising. Pretty certain that we see Malphite banned almost every game. Not every game. There are a few games where he isn't banned, and sometimes he isn't even picked. Janet gets banned. We don't see Janet bans too often, but certain teams play Janna all the time. I believe the most common or team that does that is Da Vinci Load. Their supports typically love to pick Janna. Well, that's unfortunate. I believe. Back to the bracket. Common Sense just forfeited against Da Vinci Load. Well, that's unfortunate. You can't get them an easy time. You gotta make them work for it, guys. So, other bands are Aurelia, Nautilus, and Rammus. We don't see Aurelia or Rammus bands too often. Aurelia, I imagine, is still pretty strong, but is currently not really meta. Lots of bruisers end up actually struggling quite a bit in the current atmosphere in the game because they don't deal the damage of a carry and they don't have the tankiness of a tank. They're in the middle, as it turns out. So once we'll let our admins handle that. I'm gonna go ahead and get back to the picks. Uh, Poppy is locked in fairly quickly. Poppy is super popular, as it turns out. Poppy being popular in top lane. Very durable, lots of CC, good base damage. Trundle is picked up fairly immediately. Trundle is, I imagine, fairly good against Poppy. He's always good against those tanky types who build lots of health and resists. And Elise is also locked in for jungle. Elise being another popular jungle, right up in near the same league as, say, something like Nidalee, who is arguably one of the best junglers in the game right now. Super popular, especially, say, in LCS, where lots of bans, lots of picks. Lucian is locked in with Braum. That is a fairly particularly good combo, with Lucian able to proc Braum's passive stun very easily. Jhin is locked in for Supernova. And they're, well, and no, they actually locked in Morgana. So that could be a Morgana support very easily. That would allow Jhin to escape any CC fairly without too much issue. Azir is being hovered over. Azir having pretty close to the highest DPS of any mage. And Nunu's being hovered over also. Nunu just being a massive nuisance when played correctly can definitely be game changing with his ability to zone with his ultimate. But Nidalee is instead being hovered over now. Nidalee, I could definitely see Nidalee being locked in here. She's just so strong. She gets that runic echoes, and her Tamori P just kind of gets kind of durable with items like Roa, and is able to do so much damage with long range spears and leaping in to bite somebody's face off. But they changed their mind to get me. They just let me hear talk, and they lock in Graves and Lissandra instead. Come on, guys. Don't do that to me. Did all that talking for nothing. Lissandra instead of Azir. Interesting choice. Um, that makes it a lot harder for Morgana to Black Shield to avoid Jhin on somebody on CC, because Lissandra's ultimate is pretty much instant. So if if Morgana doesn't predict something right, Lissandra can lock somebody up for a couple seconds, or however long her stun is. I mentioned it's actually a stun. Don't know for sure. Has a fancy animation, so I'm not sure. Graves is locked in, so that's probably going to be a Graves jungle, who is we see quite a bit. I believe he was played today. And Corki's being hovered over, so that could be a Corki mid, so that almost certainly is a Morgana support. So Corki is locked in, switching characters around. Yep, okay, so it looks like it's going to be Poppy versus Trundle in the top lane. Graves and Elisa in the jungle. Lissandra versus Corki for sure. I'm almost positive, because that makes the most sense to me. Jhin, yeah, pretty positive. I just wanted to be sure in my head. Yeah, and then Lucian versus Jhin and Morgana, or Lucian and Braum versus Jhin and Morgana in the bot lane. Matchup wise, I think Trundle's gonna have the advantage top lane, especially as long as he takes Grasp the Undying to help keep his health up. He already has sustain where Poppy doesn't, but Grasp can kind of negate. Basically, Grasp is just so strong in the early game. It lets champions go into lanes where they normally wouldn't against other melee matchups. I've taken Shaco tank top lane, like a really tanky AD Shaco with Titanic Hydra, Black Cleaver, and with Grasp the Undying, and done quite well in top lane against higher ranked players, like low and mid diamond. And it always does surprisingly, and nobody expects it, because it's all like, oh, it's a lane Shaco, it's gotta be AP. Okay. Jungle wise, I think Elise has the stronger ganks, I should say, not necessarily. Um, but Graves can end up kind of scaling into this stupidly powerful late game carry. Lissandra versus Corki. I think Corki is going to have, especially as long as he can avoid the Lissandra Qs, I think he'll have the advantage. But when level 6 comes around, that is kind of a turning point. Corki knows that, and he's actually taking Cleanse, so that when Lissandra ults him, he can immediately get out of it. But when that's on cooldown, he could be in trouble. Could be pretty easy especially for Graves coming up during a gank. Could be very dangerous. Bot lane, they picked Jhin, so I don't know. Um, Morgana allows Jhin to not get stunned up by Braum pretty easily. Um, I think if Morgana lands bindings, I think they have the advantage. But overall, I think Lucian and Braum are gonna be stronger in lane. As they scale, though, I don't know. Jhin just ends up scaling into this huge bursty DPS monster, but with just no mobility. But Morgana kind of negates that disadvantage by preventing him from getting CC'd. And she can zone and peel using bindings, pools, and her ult. So it's definitely very interesting. Overall, I like both compositions pretty well. They got frontline, they got carry damage. There's definitely a little less focus on durability on the side of Supernova, but it could go either way. It really could. Okay, so we have 30 seconds left on the delay, then we'll get into the loading screen. During the loading screen, I'm actually going to take a quick opportunity to go to the bathroom. I just want to do a couple of me things for a couple minutes, and I will keep the mic off so you don't hear it. That would be rude and very awkward on stream. Still, let me have a look. If there's brackets, I need bracket changes while we have been chatting here. So Common Sense did forfeit. DaVinci Load has been pushed up. So they're into the third round. They essentially got a 2-round bye. Those dirty, 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 dirty people. Other than that, yeah, nothing else. Okay, so we are into the loading screen. I will be back taking 2 minutes. I will hopefully less actually. So give me just a second here. Okay, I'm back, and perfect. They paused, so nothing too excited happened while I was not here. Let me go ahead and rearrange everything so it all matches up. There we go. There we go. Excellent. More pauses. What's going on, I wonder? You guys didn't hear that. I had my mic off. I hope. I hope I had my mic off. That's awkward. No, it's nothing you guys haven't heard before. Or ladies. Ladies make those sounds too. I don't believe it if they say they don't. Okay then. So looks like all the pauses are done. They're kind of spreading out. They're kind of looking for Trundle in the top lane a little bit, I think, but not sure what they're doing otherwise. Graves could be starting top side, which is interesting. Usually we see them start bottom side, but that would let Trundle or Braum and Lucian take the Golem camp pretty easily. They know those wards are there, it seems. They could actually... That ward doesn't completely cover that entrance. If they knew that, then they could sneak in, but they're not all there, so it'd be kind of pointless. It'd just be 2 people. And it looks like Braum and Lucian are not going to do it for the Gromp camp. They're actually going to get nice and close and try to surprise Jhin, possibly. That's exactly what they're going to do. Oh. Oh, Braum gets the, they do get the stun. Exhaust goes on Lucian. Doing some good damage, but... Second stun goes down. First blood to Lucian, but Lucian ends up going down as well. So that was a nice little exciting minute there. Oh, yeah, you're right. I gotta fix the tags. I'm sorry about that. I got distracted by my need to, do things. Let's see. This is Supernova. Just go and do Super. This is our 30 Supernova team. I just use SN. And our second team is Polar, which, PLG. Polar G. There we go. Got it! It's fixed, guys! Emergency over. Call the news. Other than our bottom lane shenanigans, nothing else exciting seems to have happened. Junglers are clearing their camps. Looks like Elise is either going to go for... Yeah, she's going for the River Scarab. I lie, she wants to come in? No, I lie again, she is going to get it. After that, I imagine she'll go top lane. Poppy is kind of pushed up, it looks like. So with Trundle Pillar, they can possibly get a very good gank. So first blood did go to Lucian, but it did end up dying fairly quickly. But so he does have a little more damage in lane currently. He has a longsword over Jhin, who does not. But Jhin is winning in CS right now, so that slightly evens up the gold score. Other lanes, Lyssandra's actually out CSing Corki by a little bit, and Poppy and Trundle are staying neck and neck, it would seem. Ooh, getting a nice little Q onto Jhin, but nothing really comes of it. They're pinging around the area where Graves is at. So do they have a ward in there? I did not see at the time. Maybe it died off before I was looking. You sure Supernova's on these? Hold on, that can't. I could have sworn. Polar G is. Well, I'm dumb. PLG. I saw two guys with our names that started with Y, and I kind of got them mixed up. There we go. Yeah, I don't look at club names. Those things are new. Even though I have a club name. Yeah, there it is. You're right. Supernova. SN. Yeah, well, their name is silly. Supernova. I'm salty. That's all. I made a mistake. Okay, still nothing really super exciting happening still. Graves is going to go and clear this ward. They have a pink ward in the bush there. Both junglers have purchased their Stalker. I believe that is a Stalker. Tracker's Knife. It's Stalker. It's not Stalker. It's Tracker's Knife. The warding knife, basically. Yes, perfect. Silly name. Reckon with a follow-up. I appreciate it. Oh, and Morgana might go down. She actually gets away this time with the flash. They do lock up Braum with a snare, but I don't think too much is going to come of it. Lucian is forced to use his heal. Not a terrible choice, I imagine. They were kind of a little bit of danger there. They almost got Morgana, but not quite. Ooh, Braum's Q actually breaks through Black Shield. So the next kill goes to Lucian. A double kill. Very nice play. So, does not look like Morgana has a second point into Black Shield, I imagine. Let me double check that. Oh, Corki and Lysandra have a little fight there. No, she has a second point into the snare. So, Brahm's Q did break through the shield, which allowed kind of screwed Jin there. A little mistake. Probably not one that they didn't probably think the Q was going to break the shield, and that kind of surprised me too, to be fair. Some little love taps in mid lane while they try to kill the while Corki tries to kill the ward. Ooh, Poppy and Trundle having words, but it looks like Trundle is winning this one. Oh, you almost. It looks like he's gonna try and dodge out of the way, but oh, oh, good flash. Can he? That was a good play by Poppy, but Trundle had flash. That kind of ruined the whole play. Very, very aggressive. I like it. There's a dive in mid lane. Corki gets away. Fight bot lane. Lucian almost killed Morgana, but not quite. Very, very close. I'm kidding. Supernova is an awesome name, but I was just super salty that I got the teams wrong. Should be my name, Effect Salty Sanchez. Oh, Jin getting ulted, and the stun goes down. For another kill going to Lucian, but there is a teleport, and Elise is there as well. Teleport was kind of a waste because Elise didn't need the help. There has been a disconnect, but they have not paused. Oh, there's the pause. So, hopefully that was just something silly like his power company flicked the power on and off real quick for some reason. They had a power surge. It happened to me a couple days ago. It happened repeatedly, like 3 times under 30 minutes. It was very annoying because I was trying to watch movies. It is definitely not a rage quit. We have a remake. I wouldn't lie, if I had died several times like that, I would be a little annoyed, but I wouldn't rage quit. I don't rage quit. Don't do that. I just feel worse afterwards, because like, why would I rage quit? I feel like an idiot now. I've been trying to keep up with my movies. I'm so far behind. Like, I just watched all the Marvel movies last week. I hadn't watched several of them. Like, I'd only seen the first Iron Man, basically. Lissandra and Corki. Corki has caught up in CS now. He's no longer 10 behind. He's just... Well, as I say that, he's 10 behind. I jinxed him. So, Lissandra's up a wave. Is working towards that Rod of Aegis. Elise takes the blue, or I lied, from the red buff from Graves. Braum is poking her a bit, but nothing really gonna come of it. I keep cursing them. So Poppy is working towards that Sunfire Cape. Trundle once again working towards Titanic Hydra. They're having a poke war again, little taps against each other. Yeah, it's kind of bad. It's not a joke when we say that it happens quite often that we say something and it curses them. Oh, Black Shield once again broken by Bromkyo. Might want to consider putting a few more points on that. So, Trundle has an aggressive advantage, but is actually a lot closer than it looks. Corki did quite a bit of damage to Lissandra there, but both junglers showed up. Lissandra gets out fairly clean. Oh, Black Shield did not get broken this time. Oh, Jin. Oh, they do manage to take out Lucian. And Braum forced to flash to get close enough to auto attack. Braum does go down too, but Graves ends up picking up Jin. Can he get He does. He uses his ult to end up dealing the final blow to Morgana. Lots of pings going down. Somebody is not happy that the jungler ganked, apparently. Trundle did back. Looks like he wanted to purchase more items. He did. Not entirely sure what happened. Poppy actually does have a CS lead against Trundle now. Poppy has finished Sunfire Cape. Trundle has not finished Titanic Hydra yet. Both junglers have finished up their upgrades for the Tracker's Knife. Graves going for Warrior. Elise going for the Runic Echo, so that's not terribly surprising. Lissandra has finished her Rod of Ages, and Corki is working towards Trinity Force. Both ADCs have not finished their... Oh, Elise gets engaged on, gets stunned up. Could go down here. Tries to juke using the repel, but not quite enough. Lissandra was ready for it. Corki tries to Valkyrie away. Gets out pretty cleanly. Poor Elise, though. What am I saying? It's a spider. Nobody likes spiders, except people who like spiders. Trundle and Poppy once again poking each other out. But Poppy is actually winning trades now, it looks like. Especially as long as both parts of the queue deal their damage. It does so much damage. Oh, Poppy once again doing some damage. But takes actually quite a few turret shots. Not sure. Oh, and I believe Trundle's probably going to go down there, but he does get away. Morgana fighting bot lane. Morgana goes down. Jhin go ahead and uses his little emblem to go down in style. Oh, Elise is there to say hi to Poppy. Poppy forced a flash, but does not end up getting either way. Tries to use the stun, but spiders end up finishing the job. I'm not even sure it was worth it to flash there because the repel exists. So you flash away from the cocoon and get repelled on. And the first turret of the game goes down, going to Supernova. Trundle's going to take this opportunity to whack the turret a couple times. Poppy is going to use her TP to go up, it looks like. Not sure if I would do that, because you're losing your TP advantage. Even though they both had TP at the time, so it wasn't really an advantage so much as a stalemate. Lucian still working towards the Essence River. He has actually purchased a second BF sword. And he actually, not sure if he's had it for a while, but he does have Cull, which is interesting. Trundle is going to go ahead and back here. He has a very little mana. He should have enough to finish Titanic Hydra now. And there it is. He does have it. And Poppy is slowly whacking the turret. Like a really weird lumberjack using a warhammer. Lucian is there to assist. They're going to dive. Oh, Corki came up. Lissandra used her TP as well. But no deaths. Interesting choice. Oh, Lissandra getting Trundle slapped. Trundle uses ult on Poppy. Poppy no longer very tanky. And there's a fight in mid lane too. Morgana goes down. Lissandra goes down. Poppy uses her ult to force Trundle over the wall. Curtain Call comes down from Jhin. Elise dies to Graves. Lots of action happening. Oh, and Poppy saying hi to Corki. Corki does manage to get the final bit of burst down. Not quite enough damage yet, Poppy. It's too bad. So that was very exciting. Lots of fights everywhere. looks like overall advantage still going to Supernova. They have a 5k gold lead at the moment. And let's see how these scores are doing. Poppy's score doesn't look very good, but that's because of very minor mistakes, like that last one. Thought she had enough damage to kill Corky, but didn't quite have enough. Probably could have just backed and not given Corky more gold. Because Corky now is going back, has purchased these Sorcerer boots. Some more Magic Pen. Dragon is being pinged by the side of Polar. Looking more at items. Poppy is working towards probably a Spirit Visage. Graves has gotten a Phantom Dancer, so looking for that little bit extra durability. Lysandra could build any number of items out of that Amplified Tome. Looks like Supernova wants to go for the dragon. They're kind of near it. And there they started it. So, they side of Polar does know that's happening, but they're not really in any position to stop it. So, first dragon of the game gonna go to Supernova. Polar still needs to get a turret as well, so they're definitely a little behind. The Poppy goes ahead and locks up Trundle, but Elise is there to assist. There's the repel, and the Corky, who dodges the rocket. Graves dives in. Ends up going down to Titanic Hydra from Trundle. The AoE ended up actually managing to finish him, but they did in return kill Trundle and Corky. So Poppy looked like she was in serious trouble, but does manage to just barely get away. That last rocket had hit her, I think she would have died. Pretty positive. Could be wrong though. Could have not been the big one. That might have done the trick. So Lucian definitely has a pretty significant goal lead here. He has 7 kills. And basically he has 99% of the kill participation because he 7 kills, 5 assists, which is 12. And there's only 13 kills. Only, I say. Braum has picked up the Aegis, so it could be Locket, could be Banner. Probably going to be Locket, I imagine. Trundle has picked up, it's an interesting choice, has picked up a Glacial Shroud. So that could be any number of items. Jin has finished Infinity Edge. Corkin using the rockets to slowly drive away Graves and Lucian. Doing a decent amount of damage, but nothing too serious right now. A little bit of poke. Rift Herald has gone down and Baron will be up in 10 seconds. Things have slowed down pretty significantly since the last fight. They know Elise is there, they are pinging her. Graves has taken quite a bit of damage here. He's very low. Looks like he got looking toward Hex Drinker, I think. Poppy and Trundle once again fighting in top lane, but Poppy looks like to me he's winning those trades right now. Trundle doesn't have enough armor at the moment. Oh, they do manage to get the they do stun up Elise. Elise goes down, but Graves is taking quite a bit of damage. But the culling does come out and manages to finish off Morgana. Lysandra being very low. Corky trying to slowly poke in the back while he is also extremely low. Poppy could go down here, especially if Trundle pillars up. Braum Q goes on to Jin, forcing him back. Doesn't want to get stunned up and die again. Alrighty. I definitely need a third monitor. I need to get like something put up on the corner. Looks like Corky's gonna go ahead and back. He could buy. Probably has a pretty good amount of gold. Yep. Another BF sword. Yeah, Graves did end up picking Hex Drinker. Makes sense. Graves has the likes to build lots of those items that give shields and hidden durability like Phantom Dancer. Become deceptively durable, as I like to call it. So currently Supernova is leading, but it's still not. We're not far enough along to definitively say who's going to win yet. Looks like Poppy is going to go ahead and build a Zrot's portal, despite it recently getting a minor nerf. Get some PvE going on. Trundle is slowly whacking away at Poppy, but Poppy is very durable right now. And it looks like he wants to buy Iceborne Gauntlet, which is an interesting choice. We don't see that too often. There's the package from Corky, but I don't know if they can kill Poppy right now. She's laughing and spamming her champion mastery, and it doesn't look like she's gonna pay for it. She's really durable right now. Oh, Trundle is actually fairly durable himself. He's taking the turret pretty well there, but that BM from Poppy. Laughing at him. Saying, you can hit me all you want. I don't care. And Supernova is slowly going to push up and take this mid turret, looks like. But there's the Trundle. Morgana, or Braum gets snared up by Morgana. There's another Cocoon. Braum goes down. Curtain Call lands on Lysandra for the last shot. Another snare. Lucian gets caught. That was a lot of damage, but Graves end up taking out Corky. There's the Poppy coming in from the side. Jhin could go down here. There's the Graves picking up Jhin. Trundle is next victim. So it looks like a wipe for what was going to be a fight for Supernova ends up being a 3 for 4. Not bad. They definitely have the gold lead. That Poppy flank from out of nowhere. Trundle has finished Iceborne Gauntlet, and Poppy has finished his Rot Portal. Does she have his Rot Portal active somewhere at the moment? Does not look like it. And Supernova looking like they want to take their second dragon. They're heading that general direction. From Graves, we could see Maw being finished, or we could see a Sterix Gage. Other champions. Lysandra has finished Zhonya's. Lucian has finished a Infinity Edge and is working towards finishing either Rapid Fire Cannon or Static Shiv. I can't remember the exact recipes. I know that's roughly what they build out of. The Zeal and the wannabe Static Shiv that only hits one target. It has the same effect as the Rapid Fire Cannon, just less damage. Morgana is working towards Zhonya's, but does not quite have it yet. That could be game-changing. Walks in, pops ult, Zhonya's, gets a lot of stuns. Elise has finished Horror Demon's Plate. Able to get around a little easier now. Nice little speed boost. Corky is working towards Infinity Edge. Gives him more damage. Trundle checking the I guess he was trying to get Baron to attack, but I don't think it did any damage. Poppy is going in on top of Jhin there, but the Black Morgana is there to prevent that from happening. But on another note, Baron is going down to Supernova, first Baron of the game. Elise wants to steal it. She's going in. Should she get it? Nope. Unfortunately not. Poppy gets caught up by Morgana, misses the snare, and ends up going down. That was very unfortunate. Didn't have flash, was really needing that snare to live. Very, very good attempted play by Elise. Very unfortunate that did not go down. Poppy tries to dive Jin, and he almost died to the turret, and he does go down to Corki. Graves there to pick up all the kills. Looks like Graves wants to finish the Maw. Or does Maw build out of pickaxe anymore? I don't think it does. You're right, it doesn't. It builds out of the armor pen item. I lie, so definitely not Maw. Pickaxe, Braum gets hit by the Morgana Snare again, unfortunately. Takes a little bit of damage, but nothing too serious. That's 2 inhibitors going down. Graves is trying to take out this middle one. And it goes down. So that's 2 inhibitors going down for the side of Polar. They're in a very, very bad spot at the moment because it's 27 minutes in, and they really need a miracle here to get back in this game. At least has purchased a mantle, looking to upgrade into probably an Abyssal Scepter, I imagine. Could be his drop portal though, still. Corki has finished Infinity Edge and has working towards more crit, it looks like. So, could be any number of items. Graves actually did finish small, and once Armor Pen has finished her Last Whisper. Lucian also working towards the Maw has picked up Hexdrinker. Poppy just being a massive nuisance at the moment, does get snared up, but taking several. Good play. Uses the charge to get out of range, using Morgana to get out. Oh, there's the curtain call. Dodges 1, dodges 2, gets out of the way. Corki's still chasing. Oh, but the last inhibitor does go down. Poppy making very good use of his ability to not die and to be a distraction. Lysandra is trying to prevent them from backing. Oh, misses the Q on Jin because he flashed, but does manage to finish him off with the E. Actually, I don't lie. That's not the E, is it? That's the W, isn't it? I can't remember. It's been so long since I played Lysandra. Morgana goes down to Ignite. Graves is slowly pushing down, and basically that's gonna be game. A good attempt by Polar, but Supernova just kind of really took control of that game about halfway through and started to really outscale. So a good attempt. Definitely happy to see people coming out. Unfortunately, with these games, there has to be someone who loses, and sometimes that's just unfortunate. But hopefully we can learn from that experience. Hopefully we can see Polar here again next week. We are going to be moving on to our 3rd round, I imagine. Once I get a tournament code, we'll jump right into it. Let me get back to the chat so you can see me in my ugly mug. Oh, we already have a tournament code. Supernova versus the Da Vinci Load. And let me jump right into the lobby. Bam. Spectate. Alrighty. This is not Supernova versus Da Vinci Load, is it? Vinci Load? Brackets. This is Supernova versus Gamehouse. Yes, okay, Supernova versus Gamehouse. Somebody misread the team. This is definitely not Da Vinci Load. So Gamehouse is our winners from last week. And when I say Gamehouse, I mean Gamehaus, like have the German spell Haus, very German sounding. But I don't think Haus is house in German. I'm pretty powerful, or I'm pretty certain that's the case. Powerfully correct, I imagine. So alrighty, so right now Supernova is getting in. And it looks like we have a full lobby. As soon as we get into Champion Select, we'll be starting it up. And it looks like we're well on track if, depending on how well the Game House does here, this could be another rematch between the DaVinci Load and the Game House. From what it looks like DaVinci Load does have, does look like the DaVinci Load do have Snowstorm back this week. Looks like they have most of their main roster, so maybe they'll be able to take their throne back. And they've been second place for 2 weeks now instead of first place like they were for 4 weeks. Second place is still pretty impressive, but no one remembers second place, as a great man once said. A man whose name I actually don't know. I just heard it in a ad I once saw. Let's see. I'll let them know I am ready, because I am. Let's see. Yes. Let me stretch a little bit. And sitting down all day. Ugh. Okay then, so we are into Champion Select. Looks like we have Supernova on. Supernova's on the blue side. I'm pretty certain they should be on the red side, but whatever. Looks like the game has agreed to it, so it's fine. No problem there. Echo being banned out. Lee Sin being banned out, so two bands we haven't seen tonight. Taking their time on their second band. There could be another targeted band like Echo is, I imagine. I don't think Echo's really meta right now. Nope, it's a Poppy band. Not a huge surprise. We did see how strong Poppy was last game. She was actually, I think she was losing the initial early 1v1 versus Trundle, but Trundle ended up getting outscaled because he wasn't CSing as well, and the obvious ganks. Gragas ban. We do see Gragas quite a bit. Uh, he is pretty strong in both in top lane and jungle. We did actually see him top lane in today's LCS quarterfinal versus TSM versus C9. Haunter played a very, very good top lane Gragas. Rammus banned out. We did see a Rammus ban last game as well, which is interesting. And there's the Graves ban. So we do see Graves quite frequently, and Graves was played quite well last game, doing quite a bit of damage and staying alive. Kindred being locked in. So that's probably a jungle Kindred. Don't see Kindred a whole lot, but when we do, it always does. Very interesting to see. Too bad Cole's not here. Cole loves Kindred. And we're still waiting on the first picks on the side of the game house. Nidalee locked in. So that's probably almost certainly a jungle Nidalee. Jungle Nidalee just being so strong right now. And Braum is locked in, so that's probably support Braum, almost certainly. They got their power picks. They just want to go ahead and pick their support up. Support's not necessarily what they need to be reactive like some other picks might be. And it looks like they also want to pick Morgana in return. But we did see the Morgana last game. Kind of underestimated the damage from Braum Q, and Braum Q broke the shield, so it couldn't prevent it ended up not preventing the stun on Jhin, which ended up being their demise. Actually got broken twice from what we saw. Probably more times because the camera isn't always focused on bot lane. Lissandra and Lucian locked in again. We don't see Lissandra too frequently, especially not in this tournament, but they played a pretty good Lissandra last game, using it to dive in and distract, use the ult to lock people up. Lucian also locked in. Lucian is a just super popular AD carry. Does really good DPS, actually does a lot more burst than people might think. I always found the calling to be really overwhelming, but I don't think they changed it. It just all of a sudden it seemed like it was better than before, especially when he's first released. Did they buff it at some point? I don't remember. And at release, it felt really weak. Maybe that's to me because I always like to play champions that are really durable, so they do the calling. I just walk in front of it and then tank the whole thing. That's probably what it was. I don't play squishy champions too frequently, so I never really thought about it. Maokai being hovered over. It's another champion pick we don't see too frequently. Um, we did see it once again today in LCS. Hollister played it and ended up doing really well because C9 picked a very, very heavy AD team. He's built armor. Ezreal gets locked in. Ezreal's not a champion we see too frequently unless it's basically Enrique from DaVinci Load playing him. We've seen him a couple of the games, but he's the primary. When I see Ezreal now, I have to think of Enrique because every time we see him play, he's playing Ezreal unless it's banned or picked. Did they buff Maokai? Hmm. I don't recall seeing him in the patch notes, but maybe I didn't look the patch notes all that well. I must see now. You're making me curious. All the Joke Draven articles, Trundle and Morgana being hovered over. And instead of Morgana, they do go with the Alistair. They're still not quite picking their last champ yet. They're still kind of deciding what they want their fourth pick to be. They need a mid laner, it looks like. Could be an AD carry since Ezreal can go mid lane. It's definitely possible. I mean, for all we know, that's a jungle. It actually is a jungle Lissandra. I doubt it, but maybe they do something stupid silly and it works. So it's a top lane Kindred. I have faced a top lane Kindred before. It didn't work very well, to be fair, but it was interesting to see. Yeah, let me go and have a look at the patch notes. And Lulu gets locked in, so that's probably a mid lane Lulu. We do see Lulu quite frequently. Definitely just super strong, really annoying to deal with, really good at farming. Doesn't have tons of burst, but very, very decent poke, wave clear, and ability to keep people alive thanks to wild growth, and her silences and heals, shields. Doesn't really heal. Wild growth technically isn't a heal, by the way. It just gives them more health, which is technically I don't know. It's not a heal. It's very interesting. It's like Renekton's ultimate or Nasus' ultimate, which just gives them bonus health. Was Maokai in the patch notes? He was. He got a. Ooh, he has bonus magic resist. He did not have that before. I knew that. It's like Shen. Sapling gets increased duration. Very interesting. Wonder what the shuffle distance is. I haven't played him since forever. Alrighty, so we are in the waiting period now. Top lane is going to be Trundle versus Maokai. It's going to be Kindred and Nidalee in the jungle. Lissandra versus Lulu in the mid lane. And Alistair and Lucian versus Braum and Ezreal in the bot lane. Matchup wise, um, it's hard to. Top lane is very interesting, even though it's going to be a slap fest for a bit. I think Trundle probably might have the early game advantage in terms of if they're just slapping each other. But Maokai has wave clear, and he can scale very, very well into late game by just being durable. We'll have to see if Trundle can reduce that durability with his ult to a significant point because I do not believe damage reduction gets reduced from Maokai's ultimate. Kindred and Nidalee, I think Nidalee is just outright stronger, but that doesn't necessarily mean Kindred's bad. Kindred has very strong DPS in the late game, especially as she gets more and more stacks. But I do believe that Nidalee is going to have more impact in the early game. Just is able to get around the map a lot easier. And if they find each other, I think Nidalee probably will win, as long as she lands a spear, basically. And the mid lane, that's probably a relatively even matchup. I think Lulu will be able to poke easier because she can use combined Glitter Lance with her targeted ability and use that to poke at different angles. But Lysandra will probably be fine. She can probably just wave clear and do her best to avoid damage and use the claw to jump in and ult whoever needs to be ulted, or use it to get away, assuming that Lulu doesn't silence her during her claw duration, because I would imagine that's probably how that's gonna end up going. Is that a gank comes in, Lysandra's like, okay, so I'm just gonna use claw and get away. And right when casts it, waits a half second, and before she hits it, Lulu's like, nope, silenced. That's how I imagine that's gonna go. So I'm probably end up giving that win to Lulu, but that's only really going to happen too frequently when a jungle gank happens, which could very easily happen with a Nidalee, especially if a spear lands. That's going to be a dead Lysandra. Bot lane, I always say that Lucian has the advantage here, but Enrique has made me very biased when it comes to Ezreal's. I always had this vision that Ezreal was. Oops, that's the wrong screen. There we go. That's the right screen. Okay. I always had this idea that Ezreal is fairly not super weak, but isn't the strongest laner because he has no wave clear. His Q can't go through minions, that kind of thing. But and Lucian is just super strong in the bot lane. But we'll have to see if how the supports play and if they can change that outcome. Okay, so we're in the game. Let me go ahead and rearrange everybody and change the tags. I'll get it right this time because I only have to change red team. There we go. See, it even says it on they haven't had the club names. I can't get it wrong this time. Okay, let me go ahead and finish changing this. Bam, bam, bam. Yep, that looks correct to me. Alrighty. So, everybody's kind of spreading out. TGH is kind of getting out there, laying some wards. Ping's going down on where they think wards are at. Supernova wants to do a slight invade and ward up the bush right there next to them. There it goes. Looks like TGH wants to lane swap. Very interesting. There we go. Yeah, they're waiting for the opportunity to say hi to Trundle, looks like. There are several wards from Supernova in the side of TGH. Very interesting. It looks like they're maybe expecting a lane swap, but these guys are already in the lane, so it's too late for those wards. Alright, things have started in mid lane. Minions have arrived. Lysandra and Lulu are poking the minions out. Trying to get that CS. Sweet, sweet gold. Looks like Maokai and Nidalee are going to jungle together for a little bit. TGH going for a more LCS style form of play here. Very interesting to see how this goes. And Trundle is going to go ahead and help out Kindred since he can't really farm safely, which isn't the worst choice. Kindred and Maokai invading a little bit, but that buff has already been taken. And it looks like they want to 4-man top lane. 3-man. Nidalee is going to go get a red. Looks like they're slowly going to work on clearing these waves out. Let's see, and Alistair and Lucian are slowly pushing in on the bottom turret. Kindred and Trundle are going to go ahead and grab that River Scarab, give Kindred one of her stacks. Trundle is going to go ahead and hit bot lane and do the same thing. The top lane turret is almost dead, but they actually have a very good lead on Supernova's bottom lane. But now that all four of them are there at the bot turret, they're actually doing quite a bit of damage. There's the first turret going down to the game. This is the first time we've seen this strategy. We very rarely see this kind of play here in these level of tournaments. So it's very interesting to see this now. And it looks like Ezreal and Braum are actually going to head bot lane now. Now that they've gotten that top turret and given free gold, but Trundle has gone ahead and taken the turret down. Lucian and Alistair are going to head, looks like, the top lane. Very interesting. Maokai is still top lane himself, trying to get some farm. He does have a little lead on Trundle right now, but just a little one, nothing too serious. Kindred has taken her red buff. Lucian is heading to top lane. The pinks go down, they do know he is on his way up there. Ooh, Alistair trying to flash over the wall and knock up Lulu. Ends up actually missing it. But looks like he's going to go down anyways. Possibly, maybe. The shield comes down and saves him from the ignite. If that knock-up had landed, that would have almost certainly been first blood. So Ezreal and Braum have pushed up to the bottom turret, and they're slowly going to start whittling it down. Maokai actually has gotten a pretty good lead on Trundle now. He didn't have to worry about, since they were ready for the lane swap since they initiated it. They do have the lead. Trundle is getting ganked. That is going to be first blood going to TGH. Very unfortunate for Trundle. Alistair has arrived to bot lane, and Maokai has arrived to top lane. So Kindred has discovered the pink ward that was hidden by the red buff, slowly taking it down. She is going towards Golem, but Nidalee knows she's there. Braum lands the Q, but goes ahead and backs out since Alistair's there to knock him up. Nidalee takes a lot of damage, but a heal comes down from Ezreal, and the shield's coming down from Lulu. Trundle did pick up some armor instead of the health, so that could be any number of items. Very interesting. Ezreal is backing with Braum. Trundle's gonna go. They're gonna let Trundle take all that farm, catch back up. Though he's still pretty far behind Maokai at the moment. Maokai has quite a bit of CS. Ugh. Excuse me, I burped. It's all that soda I drank. One bottle, to be fair. I'm still drinking the same one I started the stream. No dragons yet. Rift Herald is still up. Junglers are... Oh, there's pings going down near Rift Herald, but I believe it's just because Nidalee is there. No? Do they want it? They do! They have started Rift Herald on the side of TGH. Braum is just going to go ahead and take it while Ezreal and Nidalee burst it, DPS it down, I should say. And there it is. Rift Herald going to TGH with Ezreal picking up the buff. It looks like they want to head top lane where Lucian's at. Some pings going down. Do they want to gank Lucian? That's what it looks like, but I believe they saw something somewhere and backed out. Oh, the Sandra uses the claw and flashes in to lock up Nidalee. Nidalee ends up going down. Oh, Trundle and Maokai are having words with each other. Maokai gives him a sapling to stop the back. It's a present, I tell you. Right now, Trundle is definitely in trouble because he doesn't have any magic resist. He doesn't have any items really of the Chain Vest, which is mostly pointless against Maokai. Sure, his auto attacks do base, physical damage is base, but it's not very much. Even though I believe the base damage is actually quite high for Jiffy. I don't remember exactly. It's not as much as Choke after Skarner, but it's still pretty decent. Maokai hits 6, and he decided to go in onto Trundle. He's slowly kind of slapping him. You use the ult to deal some extra damage. There is the pillar. Alistair's coming in for a gank. Trundle. They do not manage to get him because Maokai actually flashes away. The Kindred here is here though to deal some damage. But Kindred doesn't have any mana. Ooh, the spear comes down. And Kindred is going to go down from the flash Nidalee. And Ezreal and Braum using the Rift Trail buff to push down this turret. There's not much Lucian can do to hold this turret alone. Kindred is working towards Devour, but it might be too late for that kind of item in this game. They're really getting pushed in here. The scores aren't huge, but TJ is definitely in control of this game, I think. Trundle uses TP to get to the bottom turret and prevent them from taking it. So Ezreal has got another ability. This has been a very, very slow game so far. We don't really see much fighting. It was very unfortunate. Not super easy for me to cast these games. I know somebody like, say, Monte Cristo really likes lane swaps, but I can see why some people might find them a little boring, possibly. They do try to engage on this, but Kindred was doing a very good job of dodging all the skill shots, but he does get locked up from some CC, and the Ezreal ultimate does come in to say hi. Turtle is here to save the day, but is locked up again. Maokai uses his TP as well to get in. Is Trundle not going to die? His ult is healing him, and he does barely get away. But TJH really has control of this mid lane right now, so some of them honestly just need to back. Looks like they want to go for the first dragon of the game since they have the current advantage. Some of them are fairly low, but it doesn't look like Supernova is going to respond to this. It's going down very quickly. First dragon of the game goes to TGH. Trundle has picked up his Bambi Cinder, so he's working towards that Sunfire just like Maokai is. But I'd say Maokai does have the advantage because he has double Doran's Ring instead of the Corrupting Potion. Not that Corrupting Potion is bad, but... Maokai just kind of using his ult to clear the wave there after he takes a little damage. Ezreal has finished Mana Moon. Usually when we see Ezreal, it's Enrique playing like we said, and usually he likes to finish his Iceborne Gauntlet first. And then he finishes Mana Moon. Very interesting. Nidalee has purchased a Health Crystal. That could be Roa, it could be any number of HP items. Kindred has finished the Devourer. And Nidalee also has Runic Echo, so they have finished their machete items. Lulu, as a first item, did pick up the Frost Queen's Claim. For a while, we saw that all the time for a while in mid lane. They got a very minor nerf recently where they don't see as much apparently. Second, Rift Shuttles go down. This is very rare. We usually don't see 2 Rift Shuttles going down in a game. This time it wants to go down to Supernova. TGH does attempt to try and stop it, but they really didn't have enough people to risk going in to steal. Even with a gold lead, however minor it may be. Pink ward goes down, Lissandra is going to wave clear. And they're slowly going to push down the mid lane. But Lissandra attempting to wave clear. Kindred walks into the spear. Definitely take a little damage there. Very dangerous. Lucian and Ezreal are in the bot lane kind of farming it up while everybody else is in mid lane duking it out. I mean, CS advantages aren't too huge. Mid lane for Supernova has a very slight advantage of 8, 9, 10, roughly in that range. Fluctuating in there, obviously. And bot lane is more closer to 14, 15. A little bit less, a little bit more, depending on who's where. So nothing too huge in terms of CS leads. Certainly nothing insurmountable like a say 100 CS lead, which we haven't seen. I think we may have seen it, but it was like once. Pretty positive. Trundle has finished a Sunfire Cape. Looking to buy more armor. Definitely kind of surprised we haven't seen... Actually, no, hold on. No, we haven't seen... Sorry, I was thinking of something else. Completely unrelated, don't worry about it. Surprised we're not seeing Trundle build some magic resist, because there is a very significant amount of magic damage on the side of TGH. They have the Maokai, they have Nidalee, they have Lulu. Even Ezreal and Braum both deal magic damage. So, he's probably going to build Ninja Tabby, I imagine, and then build some magic resistance from there. So we'll probably see like a Spirit Visage from him, possibly. Kindred goes ahead and takes the red buff, builds some more attack speed. Could be Blade, for instance. And there is the Sheen on Ezreal, so he's probably going to build Iceborne Gauntlets. It's just, that's what I have seen, so I'm maybe slightly biased. I don't know if it is super common. It is a blue build, though, so it makes sense to me. There's the surprise Ezreal ultimate. Braum gets damaged up by Kindred a little bit, but uses the little dash to get to Nidalee to get away. Kindred dodges the Nidalee spear. Maokai uses his ult. He's trying to wave clear. Still takes quite a bit of damage there. And Nidalee spear does land on somebody proccing runic echoes. Ezreal is going to head and back in bot lane. Looks like he wants to buy. While Lissandra is there to clear up the waves. Yeah, there's the Iceborne Gauntlet Ezreal, like we thought. So nothing too surprising. Nope. Once again, dodges the Nidalee spear. This time a little fairly close. Kind of gave him a little shave there. None of these teams really want to play aggressive here. Supernova really just doesn't want to give TGH an even bigger lead than they already have. And so far, looks like they want to head to Dragon. Yep. Okay, so Supernova is going to go ahead and try to take their first Dragon. They're in position to do so. There's no one really from TGH really nearby to stop them. As Slicer is saying in chat here, yeah, this game could go anywhere. Supernova's made a couple minor mistakes, but nothing that's gonna make them lose right away. It's just it feels like TGH really hasn't made any mistakes this game. They're being very, very methodical, which is, as we noted last week, that TGH is very, very patient. They don't really push super hard to win. They want to make sure they kind of leave their opponents out of no options. It's kind of hard to say. Lucian does fine in late game. He doesn't have, say, super scaling like some other characters might, like Vayne. But Kindred could scale very well if she continues to get stacks. And this is most certainly the first time we've ever seen this. This is a third Riftchild being killed. We almost always see Riftchild being ignored. There's a fight though. They really don't want them to get this. And Lulu ends up securing the Riftchild for the side of TGH. But looks like they're not going to get away. Supernova getting caught out by Nidalee. And Kindred does go down to the Nidalee Spear, and Ezreal with the help of Ezreal. So, that's definitely not bad. TGH secures the actually, did anyone pick it up? I don't recall. It was kind of very hectic. Ooh, Ezreal tries to steal the blue buff, but very, very slight mistiming. May actually cycle through, did anyone get it? No one on the side of TGH actually picked up the Rift Herald buff. But they did get that, I guess, I don't know if it gives any XPs, but they did prevent Supernova from grabbing it at the cost of Maokai, but as a little bonus, they did pick up Kindred. Maokai actually TPs into a minion, and they're going to lock up Trundle. Trundle is forced to flash. Kindred does a little damage to Ezreal, but is forced to kind of run away here. Ooh, that Lulu managed to get quite a bit of damage onto Trundle and onto Kindred. Trundle is working towards that Zrot's portal. They're pinging bot lane turret right now on the side of TGH. The only one there is Lissandra, so Lissandra might be in trouble here. She does not have a finished Zanya's. This turret is almost dead. She goes ahead and ults herself, but it is kind of futile here. Lissandra goes down, making the score 2-6. Kindred is trying to take this golem, but ends up getting speared. Might go down. The pillar comes in to save the day. TGH having a very strong showing here. They're not leading by a ton, but they're in control. Making very, very few mistakes. Making good calls. Oh, Alistar gets a 3-man knock-up, but no one really there in position to follow up, unfortunately. If Lissandra had been there, for instance, they definitely could have killed Nulu, I think. Oh, Maokai might go down. Managed to flash away him. Kindred does manage to pick up Maokai, but they really can't chase. Braum gets a good ult down that slows all of them. It's a slight misplay from TGH. Doesn't happen super often, but they do manage to punish them for that slight mistake. Maokai being kind of low and getting caught out. Looks like all the teams are just going to back and buy. Let's see what they buy. Trundle and more parts for Shot Portal. Maokai is working towards either Spirit Visage or Banshee Veil. Almost certainly Spirit Visage, makes most sense. Nidalee working towards that Rod of Ages. Lulu has picked up Lichbane, so we're going to see a big increase in her DPS as she casts spells. Ezreal working towards that Blade of the Rune King, is what I imagine. Technically, he could build Gunblade, but I rarely see that. Doesn't make as much sense to me as Blade of the Rune King. Braum and Alistar both have their Ages of Allegiance. And let's see, Lucian has Essence Reaver. His Cole has finished unstacking, so it's kind of dead now. And he's working towards probably Rapid Fire Cannon or Static Shiv. Lissandra has picked up Zanya's now, so he's able to not die for several seconds longer now. Ezreal getting some poke in with the arcane shot. Using that Iceborne. Ooh, that spear comes in out of nowhere. It's warded up. They know he's there. Oh, and the Ezreal ultimate comes in to finish off Lucian. Those wards being very, very crucial in their ability to pick up a kill there. That was a very good play by TGH. That spear comes in, and when he thinks he's, I got a back, and out of nowhere, Ezreal ultimate. There's the Braum Q, lands on Lysandra. Supernova wants to stop this, but they're really not in any position to do so. And this is such great timing. Right when Dragon's up, they get the middle turret, they've killed Lucian, and now they're able to get this next dragon for free, it looks like. And this will be their second dragon. That was an awesome play, I think. And it looks like, in return, Supernova wants to Baron. This is super risky. They know, TGH know this is happening. They have a ward in the pit. And there's a fight! Kindred gets knocked up. The ult comes down from her. She's not dead yet. Maokai is tanking up the middle of their team. Nidalee gets knocked around. Alistair and Maokai end up going down. 1 for 1. Ezreal ultimate comes out, but it doesn't land on anything. There's the Trundle Pillar slowing up Nidalee, and oh, Spear comes in, doesn't quite land. Supernova really wants this blue buff, but they're getting zoned out by the side of TGH. For blue buff goes to Braum. So, looking at items once again, Kindred has actually for a while had Blade of the Rune King finished. We didn't mention it. Drop Portal is and Merc Treads are finished for Trundle. Maokai is very close to finishing a Spirit's Visage. And Nidalee is no longer at a Catalyst, she actually has a completed Roa. And Ezreal has fully stacked his Muramana, formerly Minimoon. Very interesting. Braum has also finished Locket, so he's able to get down those shields to reduce some damage, get some AoE magic resist. Everybody loves it. Let's see. Definitely wouldn't hurt to see some. Oh, there's the static shift onto Lucian, so he's able to get some wave clear, more wave clear than he had before. Some more AoE damage to the enemy team. Ezreal has also finished his Blade of the Rune King, so he is going to start shredding his targets a little bit more. Because Alistair and Trundle are pretty durable. And it looks like Supernova wants just to continue taking it slow. They don't really looking for an opportunity to possibly get a lead here, but they're still only 4K gold behind, so it's possible. I have to see if they can beat how the Ezreal is a little bit scaling how he's scaling right now, because he's doing pretty well. How many stacks does Kindred have? She has, let's see, doesn't have Devour finished yet. 2 more stacks and she has Devour finished. And she has 4 stacks on her Mark of the Kindred. So definitely not as high of a lead as it could be. But to be fair, they're really not getting much opportunity to invade the jungle and take stuff. As these smart plays usually are, they have left the Mark up in last spot it is, which is top lane. So Kindred really hasn't had the opportunity to go in and get to her stacks. And we're seeing how well the poke-oriented comp from TGH is working. They're able to poke very well. Here comes the engage by Trundle. They have the pillar down, but he is getting CC'd. There's a Braum ult, locks him up. And there is the Ezreal ult that does quite a bit of damage, having Lucian and Kindred's HP. More poke coming out. They're in a really, really rough spot. They need Alistair or Lysandra or Trundle to get someone locked down long enough to die. So far, they just poke and run away. I can understand that how possibly that might be a little annoying. But it just shows how effective a poke comp is. There's the Nidalee Spear. Alistair takes it. Doesn't do too much damage to him, but managed to spread some runic echoes around. Some love. Looks like Nidalee wants to build Iceborne Gauntlet, which is interesting. Ooh, Kindred eats the spear that time though. She can't tank it, that's for sure. Nidalee's kind of wanting to keep an eye on the side and want to dive in, but looks like Kindred and the rest of her team are going to back. They know they can't defend that turret, so they back. They're definitely in a rough spot. Looks like Kindred wants to build a Maul. She has the armor pen item. Mark has gone down onto Nidalee. Supernova definitely needs to get some more wards down. They have very, very low ward coverage right now, and TGH is just keeping wards everywhere. They have picked up the triple blue trinkets that are been dropping those like mad everywhere. So far, nice and slow. Ping's going down. They know Braum is in their jungle. They do manage to find another ward. They have managed to clear out the wards in the blue side near blue buff. Another ward goes down. Some poke coming out. Supernova is grouped in middle, and they're kind of meandering around looking for something to do. Dragon has popped though, so we might see another fight here. Another Nidalee Spear comes out, but does not land this time. A single spear on the wrong person could changing the face of a fight. Trundle uses the pillar. Actually, it locks Maokai in, but there's no one really willing to follow up. Kindred has taken a ton of damage here. And TGH wants to start this dragon. They have pinged it. Maokai is taking a lot of damage. There's the ult from Braum. Maokai is still about to go down. Maokai goes down. Alistair is still alive. And no one's dead yet. Very close. There's the spear. Oh, Lulu flashes in to land the mark onto Alistair. Uses the Q to finish. Glitter Lance to finish off the Lysandra. Oh, there's a flash. Or actually, I don't think it was a flash. I think it was a W knockup by Alistair, but a 4-man knockup, but might have been the wrong play. They really don't have the damage to turn these fights. And Ezreal picks up a triple kill. A little bit of greedy play. I think that was a mistake, honestly. Obviously it was, because they ended up dying, unfortunately. I mean, it was a beautiful knockup. It really was, but did not have the burst or DPS to follow through. And the first inhibitor of the game going down in favor of TGH. That puts them at a 9k gold lead, so they have doubled the gold lead since the last time since we talked about it. And now Supernova is really going to have to work at it to make a comeback here. Either see if one of their sister teams can take out these monstrosities as the game house. And slowly, Vizui on Ezreal, going to slowly whittle down Dragon. And that'll be the third dragon of the game going, or it's the fourth dragon, but it's the third dragon for TGH. Trundle picking up some more MR. He's looking like he's getting the Spirit Visage, I imagine. Maokai working towards Frozen Heart. Nidalee has finished Iceborne Gauntlet, has picked up the Matrix item that builds into, say, Dross Portal, or Guardian Angel, or Abyssal Scepter, so built any number of things. Lysandra working on another AP item. Could be Death Cap. Makes sense to me. Loon's Echo isn't bad though. Not sure how well good it is on her though. I've not built it on her before, I believe. Spear comes out from Nidalee but doesn't quite connect with anyone. We have seen the how devastating it can be if it lands on, say, Kindred or Lucian. Things are definitely still kind of slow, despite the lead. TGH isn't making any huge plays. I lie that. I say that and they go for Baron. Or at least they're around Baron. I don't know if they're actually starting it. Probably not. And there is the TP coming in from Maokai. He ults immediately and it locks up Lucian. He's taking quite a bit of damage, but while he's tanking, the side of TGH is whittling down Alistar. Maokai goes down. Alistar not dead yet. Kindred ends up almost dying, but the ult saves her. Manages to get away. There's a knockup from Alistar, but Ezreal is actually pretty durable. He does end up going down, though. Now it is... Where's Lissandra at? Oh, she managed to get away, it looks like. So Lissandra is the only survivor on the side of Supernova. Trundle does end up going down to Nidalee and Lulu. Really can't blame Lissandra for getting away. It's better than wiping the whole team. Looks like Nidalee and Lulu really want to push this mid turret down. They want to secure their win. Because it's still a best of one tournament. Oh, Nidalee doing quite a bit of damage to Lissandra. Could be a dead Lissandra. Yep, there's the flash. Lissandra does go down. Here comes Alistar. He ignores Nidalee, goes for Lulu. But he's going to kind of punch her. This could be game. And Nidalee does end the game. TGH is our winner of our third round match. We're going to head into the semifinals. They will face off against... Let's see if I look at the brackets here. Let me go ahead and actually change the screen here. Very well played. Supernova didn't do too bad, but TGH just has this kind of style where they play real slow. Kind of mastered, it feels like. Maybe not as well as, say, an LCS team might, but whenever we see them here, they do very well. Alright, so let me turn that on so you can see my ugly mug again. And brackets, let's have a look at the brackets. Alrighty, there is our semi-final match, the Da Vinci Load versus the Game House. And on the other side of the bracket, Supernova Gemini versus Supernova Phoenix. So the Supernova brand, well, looks like they will have an opportunity to maybe avenge themselves against the Game House, depending on who wins this game. So I'm going to go ahead and get into the lobby. And I need to go to the restroom again, because that drink went through me pretty quickly. And spectate. Let me let them know I'm taking a small bio. Should only be about a minute. So I will be right back. Hopefully nothing too exciting happens in the meantime. There we go. Alright, I'll be right back.
I feel so alive. I've never felt this way before. It must be you and I. It's got me thinking about us more. It's these bright lights that put me in the days, and I can't stop but think about the way that you move around up and down on that stage. It's your future vibes. Bright lights that put me in a trance, so I feel like I can do it all. It's a good life that I really want. It's those future vibes. I got those future vibes.
Whoops. So I've been talking to myself, guys. How's that feel? Um, we are in Champion Select. Let's just go ahead and ignore that. We're going to pretend that none of that happened. Um, Poppy being banned fairly quickly. God, I've been talking to myself. I feel dumb now. I forgot I muted the mic. Zed being banned. That's not a huge surprise. Robbie Bob being a Master Tier player who has an enormous amount of Zed games. Like, that's easily his #1 champion. We'll have to see what they do. We could see another ban, say, against Nidalee, because Snowstorm, they actually banned Nidalee themselves. So I'm actually interested in seeing what he plays, because I mostly have seen him play Nidalee. That's interesting. There's the Ezreal ban. I can't say. I don't know if that was worth it, but I'm not say that's not too unexpected because Enrique plays almost nothing but Ezreal. Now that Ezreal is gone, they're almost certainly going to take Lucian, unless Lucian gets banned, which it just isn't likely to see a double ADC, triple ADC ban now that Jhin is banned as well. What's the last ban going to be? Come on. I'm all excited to see what you choose. You could choose something meta, or you could target ban. What's the choice? Because this is a best of one. This isn't like last week where you got multiple chances. There's Volibear. Not too surprising. Armor Bearer's Rule is one of the top Volibear players in the entire country, if not the world. So there's the Lucian being immediately locked in. Not a huge surprise. That is Enrique's, as far as we can tell, his second most picked champion in this tournament. All the weeks we've seen him, he likes to play Ezreal, and if he can't get Ezreal, then he gets Lucian. So what are the Gamehouse going to choose in return? There's Kindred, there's Gangplank. Gangplank being obviously very strong. He's got just enormous amounts of burst if he gets the right barrels and manages to land a barrel on a full 5-man team and just destroys half their health. On top of his global pressure using his ultimate. Kindred, obviously, being super late game scaly. The longer she goes, the more damage she does. Gragas being hovered over. I don't think we saw Gragas today. Don't think so. He's another pick that's really good, either jungle or top lane. And it's locked in. Lulu also locked in. We have seen support Lulu before on the side of the Da Vinci load. So that could be a support Lulu. Could be mid lane Lulu. Could even be top lane Lulu. I hate top lane Lulu because she's really annoying. I guess to be fair, she's annoying anywhere. That laugh drives me nuts. Ugh. Okay then, so we are still waiting on ADC, mid lane, and jungle picks on the side of the Gamehouse. I guess to be fair, Gangplank could be played middle. We have seen it before. But I don't think it's going to be likely this time. It is a Braum support. It could be Corki ADC, could be Corki mid lane. We could see a triple ADC comp coming out of the side of the Gamehouse. Aurelion Sol being hovered over. Not likely though. There's Janna. Not terribly surprised if we see Janna support because Janna support on the side of Da Vinci Load is also super common. And now that he's hovering over other things, I don't know what he's going to do. Could be Bard, I guess. I haven't seen them play Bard, I don't think. I could be wrong though. Nope, there's Robbie Bob hovering over his Victor. Victor is one of the champions we've seen him on the most because we never get to see him play Zed. It's banned literally every game. Jax as their top laner is being hovered over. Very interesting. I'm not sure how that matches up against Gangplank. Probably not too terrible, because if you leap right, you can actually avoid barrels and get on top of Gangplank again. And it's locked in. We'll have to see if Jax can get past his relatively meh early game. See if he can outscale Gangplank, especially in duels. Which that shouldn't, I imagine that shouldn't be a problem. Jax is obviously very strong in dueling. Still waiting on the last pick of the game house, and it could be any number of positions. Because, for example, that could be a mid lane Corki. It wouldn't be the first time we've seen it. And they're hovering over Zac. So that could be a mid lane Gangplank, Corki ADC. Kindred jungle is still what's most likely, but I mean technically she could lane. Wouldn't be very common, that's for sure. If that Zac gets locked in, I'm almost certain it's gonna be a top lane Zac and a Gangplank middle. That would be my bet. Braum and Corki in the bot lane, and he switches to Kennen instead. So that's probably still gonna be. It could be mid lane or top lane Kennen. I have to wait to see who switches to what before I can really uh, make that estimation. It could be a bottom lane Kennen, I guess. We haven't seen we haven't seen a Kennen ADC in a long time where they just build a lot of attack speed and use that to stun lock people. It would be an interesting choice. Very unexpected, very not meta. It might be the kind of thing that would catch the Da Vinci Lord with their full roster off guard. So we'll have to see how that goes. Very interesting. So, matchup wise, we have Jax versus Gangplank in the top lane. We have Gragas and Kindred in the jungle. And we have Victor versus Corki in the mid lane. And Lucian and Lulu versus Kennen and Braum in the bot lane. Lane matchup wise, this is when I do these, this is obviously ignoring champion rank names, all those kind of things. Because if we did that, then I'd almost always give it to one team or the other, just based on ranks. But these not maybe not with these teams because they're so I think they're fairly evenly matched. Last week wasn't so well for the didn't work out for the Division so well because they had some substitutes and they're not their main players. Top lane, I feel Gangplank probably has a stronger early game, but Jax I feel especially as long as he doesn't do super poorly, I feel he's going to outscale Gangplank especially as a split pusher. And if I'd probably Gangplank's probably better in team fights because of more AOE damage. He's got the global ultimate. He's got the barrels, but I don't think Jax is worried about that. He's probably just gonna split push. I imagine, maybe flank basically, all kinds of options. Mid lane it's Victor versus Corki. Um, Neither are certainly weak laners, but I feel Victor probably is better off. He doesn't have the escape, but he does have good CC, and he does have very good poke. Not that Corki doesn't have good poke either, but I feel Victor probably just got the slight advantage there. Bot lane, that's kind of hard to say because I'm not super familiar with Kennen. I've only seen certain clips of some teams doing Kennen bot lane, like say Moscow or not Moscow 5, Gambit, Team Gambit, formerly Moscow 5. Rip Darien. I'm kidding. He's not Rip. He's just playing not professionally. If I could understand Russian, I'd watch his stream. And jungle matchups, I feel Gragas has the stronger early game ganks. He's just got the CC, but we can't count out Kindred's ability to scale, and her ult certainly has several applications and useful, certainly very useful. But I feel like Gragas has the advantage personally. And looking at the overall team comps, which ones do I like more? This is what Cole always likes to ask me. Um, Let me have a look here. Hmm. I like I like the Da Vinci Lid's team more personally. Uh, I feel as though the Game House's team is not quite as safe. They don't have as much poke as they did last time. They're very much more all in, and they're just very susceptible to being engaged upon by say Gragas and broken apart and picked off because they're all, with the exception of Braum and Kindred's ultimate, they're very squishy. So they could very easily get picked apart here if with a proper Gragas ult that breaks the team up. They can't protect each other. And we are jumping into the game. We're and hit the loading screen, and I will change these names up. No, wait a second. I believe TGH is still red side. I almost did it again, but I didn't. And DVL. There we go. Yep, okay, I got it right. As the Skin Wars, we have to call it, is almost certainly. I guess technically TGH has the advantage, but Captain Gangplank is almost just a base skin. Because it was the skin before that little in-game event where it's still like he still had his arm. Yeah, in the little lore, he lost his arm, and we're already in the game. That was not nice and fast. Very quick. And there we go, all arranged. Mad looking at the items. Gangplank went with a mana crystal. Not too surprised. I think we have seen that fairly commonly on Gangplank laners. They like to have the mana for the extra mana sustain, and they'll build into a Sheen pretty quickly. Kindred's both junglers start with the non machete item. I forget what it's called. This one is called Hunter's Talisman. They both start with Talisman. Looks like the team of DVL wants to invade. Yeah, they just want to drop a ward near the Gromp. Something they like to do occasionally, and they'll attempt to steal it. They actually have managed to take it one time with the Janna Tornado. It was very, very hilarious. Maybe not so hilarious for the opponent they were facing, but I found it hilarious. I could tell a story about that. This is back in like season 2 when I just started to really play a lot. Because I had played in season 1 a little bit, but I got really frustrated because I was a noob, and I died doing a collie when I was an Ashe, and I was like, nah, I'm done for a bit, and I quit. And I came back, and I accidentally just threw a axe as Olaf at the wolf camp to see if the jungler was there at the start of a game. I ended up taking all 3 wolves, and I found that hilarious, and I wish I got it on recording. Braum wants to maybe interrupt this Gromp camp. TGH did another lane swap. Very interesting. In the meanwhile, Lucian and Lulu are from DVL went ahead and took the Gromp camp, and Gragas and Jax were ready for the lane swap. I guess they were watching, and they started doing the jungle camps pretty immediately. But unfortunately, the blue golem gets reset. It doesn't gain all its life back, but it gains a little bit. Kindred has marks starting off marked at Jax, but it looks like he switched marks. So we're seeing another 3-man split push on the top, or not split push, I should say, 3-man push on the top lane. TGH doing the same thing they did last game, so I'm not too surprised with that. We didn't see this last week they played, but this is definitely seems to be the new strategy they're going for. They're doing decent amount of damage to the turret. Well, they zone. Victor taking a little damage from Corki, nothing too serious. Jax has made his way bot lane now, and he's working to go ahead and help them take out that bot turret. I'm not too sure how they're doing in comparison. They did not. Excuse me, I'm burping a little bit. They did not manage to take the turret yet, but they'll probably get it on this next wave. And in the bot lane, how far along are the turret? They're actually pretty much at neck and neck there. Who's gonna win the turret race? It's really close. It's probably gonna go to probably DVL, I imagine. Jackson is already. Yep, they got it. So while Jax finishes it off, Lucian and Lulu are gonna back, and they're gonna transition. They're gonna switch lanes. It looks like, I imagine. Looks like they pinged where Kindred was thinking about taking the Gromp, but the ping came down. Kindred and Jax are fighting each other, but oh, good bait! Snowstorm comes out of nowhere, and they pick up Kindred with Jax's leap. Very good bait. They had no idea that Gragas was there. Looks like they went ahead and go and take that Scarab so that Kindred cannot take the free stack. Corki taking a little damage. There's Ignite! But the barrier comes down, and I think Corki will be just fine. Oh. There's the exhaust. Gragas comes to save the day. Ooh. Tries to flash body slam, but does not quite land it. Ends up hitting a minion instead. Might be in trouble here. There's the auto attack. Slight misplay by Snowstorm. Probably didn't expect the teleport. But I think he was still in trouble either way, even without the teleport. May have been actually been just enough to kill him though, so it's hard to say. Ugh. Well, while this happens, I'm actually gonna grab a little bit of allergy medication because my nose is starting to be all stuffy, very awkward. That's where there it is. Just grab the whole bottle and come back to the screen. Okay, so they're gonna go ahead and take this bot turret. That'll be the second turret of the game going to, or I should say, TGH's second turret that they've killed. Meanwhile, the Da Vinci Lid still hasn't even, they just started touching the top one. And in return, TGH is going to take Dragon, so that gives them a slight advantage. 2 turrets to 1 and Dragon. That is definitely a good trade. Let's have, there it goes. Looks like Snowstorm on his Gragas is going to head up and help Lucian. Oh, and there's a mosquito. And me. Got him. Very good. Okay. Okay, they're actually doing quite a bit of damage this turret. It's probably going to go down very soon. But Cannon is here to stop them, maybe. Nope. Ooh, Gragas gets locked up. Takes a lot of damage. Ooh, that was close. If he had taken one more hit, he might have died. Definitely would have died at a turret. Oh, and Lulu is here to, again to say hi to Corki. The Little Lance doesn't do as much as last time though, because Corki is double her in levels and has picked up some magic resist. Probably working towards a Hex Drinker. Gragas is, or not Gragas, but Jax has picked up a pickaxe, so he is working towards a Rage Blade. Ginsu's Rage Blade. TGH wants to do, yeah, they want to do the Rift Herald. Slowly whittling it down while they kite it. Looks like Braum is going to tank the rest of it. They're pretty durable. And Rift Herald, first Rift Herald goes to TGH. The stun goes down onto Lulu, but she might be able to get away. Nope. Braum flashes in to get the stun proc. So this is far from over, but it definitely looks like TGH has control for the moment. They probably, I imagine, it feels like they've been practicing this all week because they didn't do this at all last week. Or maybe they've been practicing it for a while, but they haven't done it in these kind of tournaments until this week. They weren't comfortable with it yet. Hold on 1 second, I gotta readjust my headset. Very interesting. Okay, here we go. Okay then, back to the game. Victor is poking that turret a bit. It really hasn't been touched too much because Corki's been there to wave clear. Did Jax take that blue buff? No. No, it's just not there. Okay. Well, despite his very strong first bait when Jax was baiting, or gank when Jax was baiting for him, Sinatra really hasn't been doing too much else. He had the one other gank that eventually just ended up being a slight mistake because he hit a minion. Oh, there's the package coming down, but doesn't really, not enough to do anything. It definitely feels like Feels like DVL is doing much better than they did last week. Once again, that was because they had some substitute players. Because last time they were struggling very, very hard against TGH, but now with their full complement of the appropriate roster, they're doing much better. Oh, now the blue buff's up. Oh, Kindred does manage to take it, but they're in trouble, maybe. Oh, Kindred does get picked up by the Victor laser, but Gragas also goes down. Jax is dead as well. Oh, Lucian forced to flash to get out of Cannon's ultimate. Doesn't want to get stun locked even more. So a 1 for 2 in the favor of TGH again. Both the mid laners now have a buff transfer successful, I should say. Jax has the second piece for Rageblade. Once he gets that, he's going to start being a very big nuisance. Trinity Force being worked on by Gangplank, who actually has a pretty significant CS lead, though that might change after this wave. Jungle-wise, both junglers are pretty even. They both have 2 deaths, 2 assists, fairly even CS. Mid lane, once again, it's fairly evenly matched. Corki has a 1 kill lead, has the Hex Drinker working towards Trinity Force. Victor's just been upgrading his little staff there. Bot lane feels like Enrique is behind just a little bit. Kennen has 2 kills, whereas Enrique has 0. They want to get a kill here, maybe. Enrique doesn't know he's there. Oh, he's forced. He's probably gonna end up dying here. They didn't have the vision. Kindred coming in from the side, it does end up kind of surprising him on top of the Braum cannon. So that was Enrique's first death. So bot lane definitely in the advantage of TGH. That's probably where the most of the XP loss is happening. Or not XP loss, that's the wrong phrase. Corki does end up getting picked up by Victor and Gragas. Meanwhile, though, in the bot lane, this turret is being whittled down very, very quickly. And there it goes. That's the first tier 2 to the game going down. Yeah, there's 3 turrets down on the side of DVL to TGH only having lost 1. There is the Victor. There's another engage onto the bot lane. Kennen and Braum using their ults, and Lucian and Sylvu go down again. So that was very unfortunate. They want to push down this inhibitor turret, it looks like. Might not be able to do it, though. It's pretty early. Oh, no, they're whittling it down really quickly. Yeah, and a 12-minute inhibitor turret. It is going down. Whew. That's a very quick inhibitor turret. Still only a 3k deficit, but this is not looking good for Da Vinci load. Do they know that the dragon's being attacked with the barrel, and there's a ward going down? Can Gragas steal it? Ooh, very slight early smite by Snowstorm. There's good zoning by Jax, and Corki goes down as a sacrifice, but they did secure their 4th. No, I lied. Their 2nd dragon. I saw the 4 next to the turret icon and kind of confused me for a second. That was my bad. Victor's going to go ahead and take the time to clear out that pink ward. Kennen has picked up a Blazing King and the Swiftness Boots. Lucian's still working towards Essence Reaver. Jax using the dodge to distract Kindred, and oh, Kindred almost dead. He does end up dying. The Victor gravity thing locking him up, preventing him from getting away after he leaves the circle. Very good use of the CC. Victor has picked up a spooky ghost item, so he's able to use that as a way of engaging, I suppose. They have picked up the Scarab near Rift Herald, so they have a pretty good idea if they decide to do it. And blue buff gonna go to Lucian. Gragas using the smite to get some mana back. Oh, what are they doing? What's the plan here? Oh, Gragas gonna buy some of the wall, just get away pretty cleanly. Nothing too exciting. TG seems to definitely like their ambushes. They don't have complete board coverage, but they do. They are going to start the Rift Herald, and no one's really ready to do anything about it from DVL. So that's the second Rift Herald going down again. Very, very interesting that we see so many Rift Heralds from DVL, or not. I'm sorry, not DVL, from TGH. They've really taken the time to use it, which we rarely see. Ugh. And looks like DVL is going to go ahead and steal that blue buff for themselves, give it to Victor. Now they're going to take the Scarab. No dragon up for a bit. Still a couple minutes at least. Let's have a look at items again. So Jax has finished Rageblade. Probably had it for a little bit since he has 2 other items. Working towards what looks like a Phage, so it could be Trinity Force, most likely. Gangplank has finished Trinity Force himself. And I imagine probably a Ghostblade as next item. Give him some more armor pen. Gragas working towards some kind of Giants built item. Could be Deadman's, could be Sunfire. I can't tell what color that icon is. Yeah, he did pick up Runic Echoes. Okay, I was just checking because it looked kind of green from where I'm sitting. So nope, he has the Runic Echoes. So it could be Sunfire, not likely. Probably a Deadman's plate, Giants built item, I imagine. That makes most sense to me. If he built it, no, he can't build a Sunfire at Giants build. That's right, they changed it to Bambi's Cinder. I'm done. Don't listen to me. So yeah, it's probably Deadman's plate in that case. Kindred working on some kind of fist item, so probably Sturk's Gauge. Doesn't want to get bursted down, so wants a little extra durability. So she does have the highest death count on the side of TGH. I'm getting focused down fairly easily. Lucian has finished Essence Reaver. And Victor working towards what looks like an Abyssal Scepter. There's the spooky ghosts. What's it gonna be? What's it gonna be? Braum eats them both. I do like that the one person can eat both ghosts, so that very good. Ooh, Corki just shreds Lucian's HP. Managed to get a really good solid missile, and uses the package to wave clear. I really didn't get a look at that. I would need to watch that again because I have no idea what just happened. And Will's here. Hi, Will. Good to see you, buddy. And it looks like TGH wants to push down this inhibitor. But Greg's like, please don't do that. We don't want super minions before 20 minutes. And a mid-turret goes down to Gangplank. TGH is just going to slowly take their time and let Gangplank split push. They don't want to get caught here. There's the engage coming in from Jax, but Corki managed to get out. There's the Gragas ult to separate him. And there's the calling, and Corki is going to go down. So a 3 for 0. Very, very good engage by using Jax to initiate and then Gragas to follow up using his ult to split away their carries from each other and get Braum away from his ability to peel. So very solid. Oh, and Jax is going to use his TP to start pressuring that top lane turret. He has Rageblade now, so he's going to be able to push these turrets down very easily. And Gangplank wants to stop him, but this could be really dangerous. Yep, he just absolutely shreds Gangplank. That happened pretty much how I figured it was going to happen. I think I mentioned that back in Champion Select, that Gangplank isn't going to be able to 1v1 Jax, pretty much. Baron's up in 45 seconds. But looks like the first DVL is going to get their first dragon. Maybe it's really close. Gragas sees this. Does manage to get it. Corky is there to say hi with missiles. But they do manage to get out pretty cleanly after taking their first dragon. They really needed that. They didn't have a single dragon, so they're actually doing less damage than what they should be, basically. Jax has gotten Sheen and Phage and a dagger, working towards that Trinity Force for sure. Gonna make him even harder to 1v1. Now, Gangplank has purchased a longsword alongside a pickaxe, so that could be any number of items. For some reason, test. I think OBS is using the wrong mic. I'm pretty positive. Nope, it's using the right mic. Interesting. Okay. Oh, pings. They did ping where Gangplank at, but he is backing already. Probably going to finish whatever item he's working on. They're looking like they wanted Braum there, but Braum uses his ability to jump to Kindred, get away pretty cleanly. Oh, Corky tries to Valkyrie over the wall, but makes a mistake. He was too short on the Valkyrie and ends up getting caught. Lucian uses the calling, and Gragas uses his ult to lock him in as a way to die. That was a huge misplay, but Lulu gets picked up by Gangplank. Gangplank has picked up a BS sword, so his damage just spiked. So that could be an Infinity Edge. So 1 for 1, but I'd say Corky's more valuable than Lulu. Oh, Gangplank wants Jax here, but Jax is trying to run. Oh, he does get a good stun off. Gangplank uses orange, it's okay. Looks like TGH wants to slowly push down this top turret. But DVL is there, ready to wait. Oh! Jax jumps in, forces Kindred's ultimate. When there was no follow-up on Jax engaging there. So that was actually quite amusing. That was a good, basically baited out Kindred's ultimate for free. Oh, there's the spooky ghost. Gragas getting speeded up. He could very easily get someone knocked back here. Well, there's Lucian to say hi. Oh, there's Victor flashing in. Kindred is going to get picked up very easily here. Very slight misplay on the side of TGH. Corky is getting chased. Can he get away? There's the calling. And double kill going to Lucian. So DVL is back in this game. TGH has control for most of the game, but a couple of minor mistakes in these later halves ended up being fatal. The Panic Kindred ultimate did not help. And the first Baron of the game is going to go to... If it can be stolen, no one's in range to steal it. So first Baron goes to DVL. The Da Vinci load. Kennen picked up... He picked up Runa's Hurricane. I guess that makes sense. That way you get multiple procs. More attack speed equals more procs for more stuns. Stuns everywhere! It looks like DVL is going to go ahead and use that Baron buff. Lucian picking up his red buff. They want to use Baron to push down this mid turret. Jax is going to split push. Gangplank is going to try and stop him, but there goes half of Jax's health. But whether or not it matters is going to remain to be seen, because Jax was half health when Gangplank engaged on him before and got destroyed. They do know that Gragas is there. They see the ward. Well, looks like they want to go ahead and rotate to the tier 2 turret. And Gangplank knows they can't stop it, so he backs out. Jax just tanked the turret, and they are gonna get it. There it goes. So, and while they rotated, Lucian actually stayed and is gonna slowly whittle down this tier 2 middle turret. Nope, there's the calling coming out. Lots of damage on Kennen and Corki. Nope. Some laser damage from Victor on Gangplank. And while they're pushing mid lane, Jax is going to push this tier 2, or this tier 3 inhibitor turret. Oh, he jumps in and evaporates Kennen. Jesus Christ. They really want Jax, but he's going to get away pretty cleanly there. There's the Gragas engage. Nothing really able to follow up on it. Victor uses a laser to give him some love as well. That was a really good, that was an awesome Jax play. So Kennen is apparently very squishy, who would have known? Meanwhile, there goes the top turret, and there's the... Oh, they really want Jax. Jax got the bottom, working on that bottom of Hib. But it looks like they're chasing, but they're going to get away pretty easily. There goes the middle turret. Corki tries to use the package to try and do some damage to Vic. Yep, managed to flash away. Oh, there's Gragas jumping in. He's pretty low. It's dangerous. Oh, there's the calling. Ends up missing, but he cancels it. Does some damage. Ooh. And here comes a wild Jax. Jax is just doing a lot of damage, but does get stun locked by Kennen. And Victor ends up finishing off Kennen with the laser and the Q. So that was a very, very exciting turn of events there, but Da Vinci Load is made a very full-on recover here. TGH is now kind of at backs against the wall here. All 3 inhibitor turrets are down. 1 inhibitor is actually dead. And one of them actually was very low. No, I lied. It's half. Not even half. But this opens up Dragon for Da Vinci Load, which speaks the devil. There goes Gragas. So we'll have to see if TGH can get through with their methodical play and make a comeback, because this is the kind of situation where they need to be very careful. One big mistake and it could be the end. And there it is. There is the second dragon for the Da Vinci Load. So they've tied up the dragons. It is quite remarkable that despite being so far behind, they managed to get some really far back. They forced Kindred's flash. Jane managed to find Kindred pretty easily there thanks to wards. There's the spooky ghost, but only Gangplank gets locked up. That's a little slow. Oh, there's another set of spooky ghosts. And there's Gragas engaging. He does manage to knock Kindred a little bit around, but Kindred use the ult to not die. Oh, Jax gets stunned up. This is dangerous for the Da Vinci Load. But while they were doing that, Lucian managed to kill the middle inhibitor and one of the Nexus turrets. So very, very good use of the split push. Victor does flash in to finish off Kindred. Lucian is just doing his best to not die to Corki and Braum. And there is the last inhibitor turret. Oh, Corki's in trouble here. He does go down to Lucian because Braum wasn't really there to cover him. Oh, Gragas barely goes down. Lucian trying to kill Gangplank, but oh man, barely manages to get him thanks to the ignite. Oh. Jax is trying to jump in, but Quadra killed a... Can it be a turret kill? No, Victor managed to ruin the pentakill dream. And the last turret is going to go down, and this is probably going to be game. Kindred is going to be up in time, but whether or not she can kill Victor 1v1 is a whole different discussion. He does quite a bit of damage, but Victor's doing more. And there's the Corki to be back up. Tons of damage. Oh my. Robbie Bob Victor, so good. And that is GG. Valiant attempt by TGH. They were doing so well, and just about halfway through, they managed to something happened, and that let DVL make a very strong comeback. Let me go ahead and we'll jump out of this. We'll jump back into the webcam. Alrighty, so looks like the DaVinci Load is well on their way to making a comeback to take their throne. Take back their throne. Gamehouse was our winners last week, but it looks like they have been defeated. There is no extra rounds in the semifinals. It is going to be only the finals, which is a best of 3. Okay, let's go ahead and refresh the brackets and have a look to see which of these Supernova teams has won. They are still going. I wonder if it's possible for us to somehow jump in and spectate. I doubt it, though. I don't think I have any of them on my friends list, which is unfortunate. Unless somebody gets to me, then I'm not sure there's anything we can do. Where is... That's the wrong button. Here. Okay. Yep, so third place is going to be the Game House versus the loser of Gemini versus Phoenix. I'm just going to cut Supernova out of there because they're both Supernova. I'm wondering if Supernova is like a group of friends from a school or a state. Probably just a group of friends from like a state or something, because I was part of a group like that in Oklahoma for a bit, called United as One. Only played in one of their teams at a tournament, which I now only cast at that tournament, Tokyo and Tulsa. Let me go ahead and stretch here, because sitting down all day, it's not good for you. Some are for Virginia. I don't think I've ever been to Virginia. It's one of the states I haven't been to. Ugh. Should have taken this allergy medication way earlier. I didn't think that was going to happen. I'm kind of tired. I don't usually talk this much. It's not my first time solo casting, obviously, because I've done it before. We did it 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago. I think it was 3 weeks ago. It's the talking about what's going on very quickly that I'm not used to, because I have to try and keep track of everything. Much better at kind of deciding who's going to go where, what they're going to do, how the item builds are going to play out, what items are needed, that kind of thing. The play-by-play is not something I'm very good at yet. Hopefully I get better. I want to get better at that. Yeah, I get that. I really do. I really do. Let's see how far. No, still no result on Supernova Gemini and versus SN Phoenix. I don't know if we've ever seen either of those teams play. I have to look at the rosters to get an idea. And let's have a look. They are... Actually, no, it looks like the game just finished. Like, just finished. The winner is Supernova Phoenix. So, our final round match is going to be the DaVinci Load versus Supernova Phoenix. Our third place match is the Gamehouse versus Supernova Gemini. Alrighty then. Once I get a tournament code, I'll jump in the lobby. Unless it's the same tournament code, let me check. I doubt it's the same tournament code, but we'll find out. Nope, it's not. Okay. Alrighty. So once I get the new tournament code, we'll be ready to jump in the lobby. And let me have a look at Supernova Phoenix, because I'm not sure if I'm familiar with their roster. Toast, Kaiser, Swish, Origin, Donkey Superstar, and Zeusy. Can't lie, I like Donkey Superstar. Big fan of the name. There is my tournament code. Jump right on in. And spectate. Let me throw some of this trash away on my desk. I had dinner earlier. That's it. Okay. Not many people in the lobby yet. Still waiting on a couple of people. It's probably, if I had to predict a winner just off rank alone, I'd say DaVinci Load is probably going to reclaim their title here, but it would not be the first time we've seen a lower ranked team of overall individual low ranked team defeat a team of higher ranked players. Ooh, sinuses. Alrighty. So looks like DaVinci Load is mostly in the lobby. It's just, nope, they're all there. Robbie Bob's in the spectator spot with me, sitting next to me, apparently. It's weird. We're just waiting on Supernova Phoenix to get in the lobby. They're probably taking a small break because they just finished a game. Makes sense. I may end up doing that because this is going to be 2 games in a row. Once they get another couple people. Actually, no. I'll just do it now. Let me go to the bathroom again, walk around for a minute. I'm sitting down. So I'll be right back. I'll turn on some music. And turn off the webcam so you don't have to see my ugly mug. And I'm back, but for some reason I can't turn my webcam on. There it goes. Okay, fixed it. Back. Yeah, I'm not sure why. For some reason, my mic, normally when I turn it up, it mutes itself. When this little light is on, there's a little light. And this should be muted, but I'm actually seeing it. I'm not sure why it's on right now. It should be muted. Did my headset break? Can you guys hear me right now? Because it's the sound is procking. That's interesting. The little line that shows your its hearing volume is clearly working. Is it this or is it something else? Hmm. So, no, there's no way this could hear me in the bathroom. There's no way. So it has to be this. That's weird. It's clearly muted right now. It's supposed to be. Huh. I wonder if it's an OBS thing. I'd have to test it in like Discord or Skype or something to see if it's being picked up there. Let me actually open up a Mumble while we are waiting on for. I will not join a channel or anything. We're just going to configure Audio Wizard and see if it's being picked up. And it is. That's dumb. Okay, so for some reason my mic is no longer being muted when it should be muted. Well, that's weird. Let me go and plug this back in. So yeah, you guys got to hear me pee, but that's sexy. You also got to watch me make a fool of myself by talking to myself for about, what was it, 3 minutes before I saw Slicer mention it. We're going to pretend that didn't happen. Alrighty, so looks like we have a full lobby. It'll be the first game of the finals. It's DaVinci Load, who are looking to take back their title as champions of Reverie Esports. They won multiple weeks in a row, and they actually made second place twice in a row because of a unfortunate set of circumstances. But now they have their opportunity to take the title back. You actually go ahead and close that YouTube video. It's just silenced right now, so you guys can't hear it. Good old no copyright sounds. Very, very good uncopyrighted music we can use for our streams. Yep, it was what was their name? I think it was Superpower. And they did have subs last week, which is it was just Enrique and I believe Robbie and Sylvia. They had subs for top lane and jungle. They didn't do too poorly, but TGH kind of worked them over with their slow, methodical play in the final round. Alrighty, we are just waiting on the okay ready from the teams, and we'll be getting into the championship. I'll let them know I'm ready. Caster ready. Not casters, because I'm working solo this week. I need to be. Have a look here. Final third place match versus the Game House versus Supernova Gemini. We have Supernova Phoenix on the red side starting out with DaVinci Load on the blue side. Alright, we are in Champion Select. We'll go ahead and turn that on. There we go. And a Poppy band coming out nice and quick. And there's a Zed band. Who knew? Jin band also. That's the second time we've seen a Jin band from DaVinci Load. So either there's a Jin main on Supernova's side, or they just don't like fighting Jin. Nidalee band also coming out. Not super surprising. Snowstorm plays a very, very good Nidalee, but last time we saw Nidalee band, it was actually on the side of the DaVinci Load. They actually banned it. So that was quite interesting. Alright. And Trundle and Jax as the final bands. We do get to see another Gragas from Snowstorm. It is a pretty common pick for his. He does like to play it when Nidalee isn't available for sure. And he did play a pretty good Gragas last game. He had a minor misplay, which kind of put them behind a little bit. He tried to flash body slam into the enemy AD carry. Accidentally flashed just close enough to nick a minion instead of the AD carry. And that ended up kind of losing him the gank. He ended up dying, unfortunately. Lulu and Sivir being locked in for Phoenix here. Supernova Phoenix. And Gangplank and Ezreal being hovered over. Ezreal, not super surprising, because it's Enrique, and Enrique loves playing Ezreal. Gangplank also locked in. Gangplank obviously being very, very strong, very good, solid damage all around, able to burst people very easily. We did get to see Armor Bear's Rule do a very, very good job playing Jack's last game against Gangplank. He was able to 1v1 him pretty easily, especially after he got his Rage Blade. But we have seen, on DaVinci, we have seen Gangplank middle before, so that might be where Robbie plays. Depends. We'll just have to wait and see for the next set of picks for them. Alistair being hovered over, Braum being hovered over, so that implies that is a solo lane Lulu. Could be mid lane, could be top lane. Probably mid lane. Just have to wait and see. They're continuing to hover on Braum. Could be a trick the whole time. Could be everybody's going to switch to... It could be a trick. It's a Braum top lane, actually, it turns out. And Lee Sin being hovered over also. We haven't seen Lee Sin too frequently. I believe... I forget what his name was. It was something Dairy Cow. Apparently a very, very good Lee Sin player when I first started casting here. But we haven't seen him for a while, I don't think. A couple of weeks at least. Maybe he played today, we just haven't had the opportunity to... we didn't actually watch Broken Meta play today. They were defeated in the first round by... I can't remember how to look at the bracket. Armor Bear's Rule gets his Volley Bear. That could possibly be very bad, but we'll have to wait and see. We still haven't seen a last pick. And Janna also being locked in. So, we have Enrique on his number one champion. We have Armor Bear's Rule on his number one champion. And we have Silvu playing... I don't know if Janna is his number one champion, but Janna is a very, very common pick for the DaVinci League. They almost always pick it, especially when they have Ezreal. Malphite is being hovered over and locked in. This may be the first Malphite game I have seen doing these tournaments because he's almost always banned. Alright, so top lane. It is Malphite versus Volibear, Gragas and Lee Sin in the jungle, Gangplank versus Lulu in the mid lane, which is not super usual, and Janna Ezreal versus Sivir Braum. Looking at the matchups, I feel as though Volibear certainly has the advantage, especially in the damage department. But I feel as though Malphite is not looking to 1v1 as Volibear will be. He wants to get tanky and get some maybe a little bit of damage via armor because he can. That's how he works. Just get nice and tanky and then use it. Basically, just look for fights and he's gonna go group up. Whereas Volibear is going to be looking to fight in the lane. He wants to get snowballing, as we have seen a snowballing Volibear before on Armor Bear's Rule, and it's not pretty when he gets a lot of kills. He turns into a raid boss. But we will see how well that works out. Jungle matchups, I do feel as though just Gragas has a better early game presence because Lee Sin, while he's certainly not bad, he needs level 6 more than other champions. He just needs level 6 to get those ganks because he doesn't have any real CC without it. Once he gets to that point, it starts to even out, and I feel as though he's certainly a better assassin than Gragas is, if he decides to build as such. But Snowstorm's Gragas is still very good. Despite the minor misplay last game, he had an overall very good performance. And mid lane matchups, I feel Lulu's going to have the initial advantage, but Gangplank is going to do fine probably. He's going to get his items. He's going to start wave cleaning with barrels. He's going to use chain barrels to try and deal damage and get on top of Lulu. Lulu can try to silence him. He's like, nope, oranges. But I do feel like Lulu's probably going to bully him a little bit in the early game while the barrels are still on a fairly long cooldown. And he doesn't have much damage yet. Bot lane. This is one of those things I always talk about. I've always felt Ezreal was not super weak in lane, but he's not the strongest in lane. But Enrique, and we did see a very, very good Ezreal played last time. On the, cannot remember who was playing him all of a sudden. But he won lane 2. So maybe I'm just wrong on Ezreal. Maybe he's super strong in lane. I don't think that's the case because you build tier, which is what we always see him do, and tier is not a damage item. You shouldn't be winning those lanes, but he always does super well. part of that is probably the supports able to help him get more damage in via shields and protect him. But so this would be one of the situations where we see I feel like Braum and Sivir might have a stronger lane, but I think we'll probably see Ezreal and Jaina winning the lane either way, just because of who's playing on those champions. And it's hard for me not to be biased like that because 90% of the time Enrique wins lane. There have been a couple times where he hasn't. They didn't win last time. They actually lost lane last time, but he was playing on Lucian. And last week, they ended up getting defeated in lane also. So we'll have to wait and see how well that goes. We are 18 seconds away from being in the loading screen, so they already are fairly deep into their delay. Looking at the overall compositions, I like the Da Vinci Lids team more personally. They do have a Malphite on the side of Supernova, but one champion, regardless of how strong it is, isn't enough to guarantee victory. That's on top, not even counting that the Da Vinci Lid have three of their strongest champions that they like to play. Sure, Lulu might kite out Volibear a bit, but Volibear's probably not going to be going for Lulu. He kind of is going to be wanting their AD carry. He's going to want Sivir. If Sivir can prevent herself from getting flipped, she's still going to get slowed. If she prevents the slow, she's still going to get flipped. It's going to be rough. Braum and Lulu are going to have to work together to peel Volibear off of Sivir. But even then, it's no guarantee that they can even kill Volibear when especially if he's really durable. Enrique on his Ezreal is going to be using his his blue build to just doing poking all the time. Lots of poke. Lots of slows via Iceborne Gauntlet, that kind of thing. And we will rearrange everybody so everybody is in the correct slot. Sorry, that's a mid lane, Greg. There it is. There we go. Okay, so everybody is rearranged in their appropriate slot. Let's see how things go. Looks like Da Vinci Lid once again rushing towards that bot side to get some wards down. They want to see if Supernova Phoenix. I need to change before I forget. I forgot to change the in-game thing because I'm an idiot, and I need to change the titles. Red team is now Supernova Phoenix. SNP. Sorry about that. I was watching the game and not watching my OBS to see what the title or the scene was. My bad. Okay, so nothing exciting happened, so we're good. Yeah, basically they're just getting wards down. Pretty much like I expected. If they try to do Gromp, then Jaina will interrupt, possibly even steal. We have seen that happen before from the Da Vinci Lid. Seeing the Mastery emblem being flashed around. Ooh. And looks like Lee Sin is going to start top side. Both junglers are actually going to start top side. Sivir and Braum are going straight to lane. Well, Enrique and Silvu on their Ezreal Jaina respectively are going to start Gromp. Not Gromp, sorry, the Golems. Gromp, Golems, they start with a G. Same thing. I didn't think Golems are their actual name, now that I think about it, but they're always Golems to me. So Jaina takes a little bit of damage there, but in return, Ezreal actually does quite a bit to Sivir. And Malphite is taking quite a bit of damage from Volibear. Trying to think if Malphite took Grasp, I don't remember. They really need to fix the spectator mode so we can see exactly what keystones they took. And Sivir is taking a lot of damage. Might actually go down here. One more auto attack. And there it is. First blood. Very, very super aggressive play coming out of Enrique and Silva, as we kind of expected, because that's what they do. So, first blood to the Da Vinci load. Everywhere else is pretty calm. I mean, Volibear and Malphite did have some words with each other. Kind of slapped each other a bit. Looks like Volibear had the advantage on that, though. No, Volibear is not as recovered as Malphite is. There is a Lee Sin coming to say hi to Volibear. Might be in trouble. He's going to kite through the minions and try to deal some damage. If he can get the Frenzy. Oh, he almost killed Malphite, but not quite enough. Armor Bear's Rule trying to get away. Almost managed to kill Malphite. Very good play. Both flashed, though. Lee Sin and Volibear are both going to back. And Gangplank and Lulu are neck and neck in CS. Malphite is going to back now that Volibear has returned to lane. Volibear picked up another health crystal, so probably working towards some kind of MR first, I imagine. Might get, say, a Bambi Cinder first and then work towards Magic Resist. It's hard to say. Lee Sin is working towards his blue buff now. Gragas is looking to gank bot lane. Sivir does not have a flash. Oh, there is the... Oh, that was an awesome barrel. Alright, awesome little body slam into a flash. Managed to get just around Gragas, or Braum. Braum is forced to flash. He might go down. And double kill going to the bot lane of DaVinci Load. Gragas picking up one of those kills. So bot lane on DaVinci Load has an amazing lead now. And Lulu taking one of those barrels to the face does take quite a bit of damage. So, looks like Enrique is going to go ahead and go back. He's going to buy his tier, as he always does, and then work towards Sheen. Get his Iceborne Gauntlet going. Yeah, there is the armor piece for the Glacial Shroud. Volibear is demolishing Malphite and CS. Not too unexpected. Volibear, like I said, is going to be stronger in the 1v1. We'll have to see how many of these creeps that Malphite can pick up. Can't be the easiest to CS under here. He does pick up the cannon, though. Doing quite well. There's three, four. He missed one. Oh, missed two thanks to Volibear being kind of a dick. Be like, yeah, you can't CS. And he does half of Malphite's health because Malphite does not have any armor yet. We'll have to see if they can reduce some of the damage. Lee Sin is near top lane though, so we could see another gank. There is a ward in the bush this time though, so they will see. We'll see if he tries to come through. Robbie taking a little bit of damage there, but returns the favor with the barrel. They know that ward is there, so Lee Sin's looking to go around maybe. Oh, here they come. Can Volibear dodge the Q? He does not. He's getting slowed. Here comes the healing passive. It's so close. Volibear barely gets away again. But this time doesn't almost kill Malphite in return. And there is the Bambi Cinder. We'll have to see if he wants to finish that Sunfire first. Or if he decides to go for the more magic resist. Gangplank's ultimate comes down. Almost kills Lulu, but Lulu gets out of range. Another fight in bot lane. Braum has ignited, and there comes the heal from Sivir. There's the exhaust. Looks like Braum's gonna get away, barely. Ezreal's not quite 6, or else they might be able to kill him here. Trying to rush that. Lulu's gonna go ahead and back. Nope. Alright, so they're gonna push the wave up, and they're probably gonna back. They're doing quite well. They have a big lead in bot lane thanks to the 3 kills. Nope. Here is Lee Sin. Enrique doesn't quite line the Q. He does get 1 auto attack in. Lee Sin now has 6. Ezreal does not. Janna does not. Janna's still level 4. Siva's shown off his Janna emblem. Sivir and Braum are now returning to lane. Both Volibear and Malphite now have their ultimates. But Malphite is still quite behind in CS. Volibear gets in a little frenzy bite, but doesn't do much thanks to the shield. Gets that grass proc. But eats the tower shot in return. Well, Volibear flips Malphite, and there's another Frenzy Bite. But damage is fairly equal here. Is Volibear's passive back up? I can't tell. I think it is. I think it is, yes, because it would have showed the cooldown on the icon. So the question is, can Malphite burst Volibear before the regen happens? I don't think so. Don't think he has enough base damage. Not that his base damage is low, mind you. And there is Sivu coming up for a gank in the mid lane. Not really a gank per se, but a high. Malphite is going to use his ult to knock them up instead of just outright running away. Pretty good use of it, honestly. Kept him CC'd long enough for Gragas to not to be able to to get his casket in to knock him back. Do they want to dive here? Maybe Malphite still has a decent amount of HP. Lulu's stealing the barrel there, and there is the forces into flash. There's two flashes. There's the Gangplank ult, and that is a dead Malphite. Little bit greedy from Malphite. He could have easily just waited for the creeps to be pushed up all the way to the turret. Unfortunate set of circumstances. There is Janna going to go down. Maybe? No. Was probably expecting the Janna tornado. Decided not to dive. His mind told him no. His body said yes, but his mind won. And there is the Gangplank barrels again, clearing out some minions. Robbie doing a very good job keeping up in CS. The adorable little seal from the Lulu polymorph. Enrique getting once again very aggressive, using his slight gold advantage thanks to the kills and assists. Despite that, Sivir's actually doing quite well to keep up in CS. Here comes another Janna gank. And it cut away. Lulu managed to get away, barely. Very low on HP. Still has wild growth though, so didn't feel like she needed it apparently. There is a Gragas to say, hi, you should have ulted there. Nice pickup by Snowstorm. Malphite is fighting off against Volibear, but Volibear pops his ult and manages to do quite a bit of damage to the Chain Lightning. Ezreal using his Q. There's the Janna ult. And here comes Lee Sin. Enrique could be in trouble. There is Gragas coming in to finish off. Managed to kill Lee Sin, and Braum died as well. Now Lulu's in trouble. There's the wild growth that we didn't see before. There's the Janna tornado to knock him up. There's another Gragas knock up. And Lulu gets picked up as well. Surprise teleport, surprise Gragas coming in to finish off the stragglers. Enrique was in trouble there, but very good map awareness by his team. Good calls to come in. I didn't see Gragas sneaking around from the side, but that was a good TP. Oh, Enrique misses all of his abilities so that Sivir doesn't get any mana. He misses another Q, but doesn't get the auto attack to finish him off. I don't know if missing all of his abilities is intentional, but it ended up working out, I guess. And Sivir didn't get enough mana to cast any other abilities. So Enrique is probably going to finish this Iceborne Gauntlet now. He looks like he's going to have enough gold, I think. And Volibear and Malphite are back in the top lane, back at what they do. It looks like Volibear is working towards finishing that Spirit Visage. Janet's just kind of hanging out in mid lane. There comes the bite. Oh, that attack speed slow is kind of rough. Oh, Volibear wants to get aggressive here. Not able to make full use of the ultimate, unfortunately. It does take a couple tower shots in return that puts him kind of low. But now there's the lightning. He does manage to hit a few times, so he does get some procs onto Volibear. Or onto Malphite, I should say. Oh, here comes Gragas to say hi again. Does get some damage in. Little ult from Malphite to try and... I don't know if he should have done that personally. I think he should have ulted the other direction. If he was going to ult at all, honestly. Did he have flash there? He did not have flash. It is almost up though. Lulu is working towards pushing down the mid lane. And so far, the Da Vinci Lord have a very convincing lead in this game. Lulu does flash over Gragas, but there is the Gangplank. Both Gangplank tries to barrel Lulu, but Gragas' own barrel made him miss. Very unfortunate, but Lulu still ends up being picked up. There is the top lane turret going down. Malphite on his way back up to top lane to try and get some of that CS. Gangplank and Gragas slowly pushing on this turret. Ezreal and Janna pushing up that bot lane. Like I said before, Enrique not quite able to out CS Sivir, so we're doing a very good job on keeping up. Lots of pings going down on that bottom turret from the Da Vinci Lord. So they might want to dive here. Oh, yep, they're kind of zoning out. Here comes the Gangplank. Oh, there comes the Braum ult. Braum ends up going down to Volibear. Volibear flashes in to eat Lee Sin, quite literally. And they're going to go ahead and dive Malphite. He's just going to kind of take it. He tries to flash and do some damage to Ezreal, but Ezreal does manage to Arcane Shift away quite safely. Might have actually killed him if he actually gotten in to land all his abilities. I don't know if he did. I'd have to watch the replay. And it's happening very quickly. So they're going to go ahead and push on this tier 2 top mid turret. Sorry, tier 2 bottom turret. This will be the first tier 2 of the game, but it's not too surprising because of the kill difference. With Supernova Phoenix struggling quite a bit, they might be able to pick up somebody here. It's hard to say. Jan is kind of taunting them. Dragon is not up right now, so they're just clearing out the ward, grabbing the Scarab. Gragas has picked up a Deadman's Plate, and Gangplank has picked up finished Trinity Force and grabbed a BF Sword item. That BF Sword item could probably end up being SS Reaver, I imagine. And Gragas is going to take blue buff for himself. Malphite's still on not quite finished his Sunfire cape yet, whereas Volibear has a Sunfire and a Spirit Visage. So definitely we're seeing the result of a 11k difference in gold. And there is Lulu getting knocked back by Gragas and finished off by the Gangplank. Very unfortunate. So that is getting next tier 2 mid turret. It's actually the tier 2 mid turret this time, that I'm not making a mistake. Ooh. So Janet gets caught and the insect comes out and just manages to pick up Janet. So that is the first kill going in for Supernova Phoenix. They have got their first kill. Very good. It's comeback time. Oh, here's Gangplank saying hi. But they do manage to pick up Sivir pretty easily. Exhaust going on to Enrique's Ezreal. Double kill to Robbie Bob on Gangplank. Looks like this time they are going to go ahead and try to take that tier 2 bottom turret, which they actually did not before. They did get pushed out. Volibear doing what he can to push top lane. He's not snowballing as hard as last time we saw him do this, but he's definitely a huge threat. Kind of eats Lulu alive, unfortunately. Enrique poking out Malphite a little bit, but Malphite actually is quite durable. Oh, Gragas tries to use the Exploding Cask to... Ooh, Ezreal takes a lot of damage, but the heal is enough to save the day. And Gragas gets punished for diving. So that is Snowstorm dying on Gragas. That is second death of the eventually lit on the... But Gangplank and Janet are slowly working on this middle turret. They do manage to take it down. Gangplank's slowly going to whittle it down using his machete. Pretty good barrel there. Only hits Lee Sin, it looks like. Volibear and Gragas. Sorry, Volibear and Gangplank. Oh, the spell shield does come down, preventing Sivir from being knocked back or pulled into their team. I believe that we don't have a challenger team. It was a challenger team 2 weeks ago, yeah. Volibear working on an Iceborne Gauntlet. I don't think I've seen that on him before. That's interesting. Now, were they actually, Slicer, were they actually a challenger team, or were they just a team with had a challenger player in it? So I don't recall actually looking at what team they had. Because last I recall, they only had one challenger player in that roster. The rest were like Master and Diamond 1. Ah, yeah, see, they weren't actually a challenger team. They had challenger players in it. Now, you can call that unfair, but... Oh, Volibear wants to give Braum a hug. Tries to flash in on Sivir Spell Shield, and does get slowed up by Braum. Braum barely gets away. Ezreal getting some poking. Nope. So 1v1, Sivir versus Janna. Sivir actually almost wins that. And Janna does actually a lot of damage. Does Janna have some AP? I didn't look. No, that is a Rageblade Janna. That would explain why Shooter Auto is actually doing so much damage. Gragas goes in over the wall. There's the Malphite ultimate. There's the Braum ultimate with the follow-up. If they had more gold, that would be good. But the difference in gold is not good for them. Lee Sin is the only survivor from that little massacre, unfortunately. Yes, it is definitely a slight controversy on whether or not and it looks like that is going to be eventually going to go ahead and push down this. No, they're a little bit of BM. They're clearing minions instead of finishing the game. I would laugh if they actually lose because of that, but I don't think that's going to be the case. Volibear and Gragas are whittling it down. Let's see. Okay, so that was game one. The Da Vinci Load maintained a very convincing lead pretty much throughout the entire game. It was definitely kind of rough. Malphite obviously is a very strong pick, but was not able to do much against Volibear. Volibear maintained his aggression throughout the game, and despite 2 ganks, was able to not die. He actually almost killed Malphite in one of those ganks, and then got away still. There we go. You can see my face again. And let's go ahead and we'll jump into the second lobby right away. See if anyone needs to take a bio break. I'm actually good this time. And ugh, there is no uncle this week, unfortunately. And I need to join spectate. There we go. Alrighty. There definitely don't see a whole lot of challenger players. Usually see mostly like platinum to diamond are most common. The occasional master players, I believe, the Da Vinci Load actually has several master players. Trying to think what else. Yep, they've actually several of them have made master in the last time we saw them. The only diamond player here is Snowstorm, but I do believe he is of master tier quality. Probably. Don't know if he's actually ever been in masters. I'd have to look at his icon again from last season, or his little border. I didn't look at it before. At least I'd probably looked at it, but I don't remember. I think what we all want to get at from if we're referring to the chat here, um, basically, I'm trying to think of how I want to rephrase this so I don't sound like an idiot. The point of an open tournament is that you don't exclude players. Um, like Slicer was saying, we do hold 2 tournaments. There's one on Friday, which I don't cast. I, they need a fill-in, maybe I'll do it someday, but uh, that I believe is a lower ranked tournament for people who want to not necessarily get so outclassed, because that is something that does happen here. We just saw this last game was very, very rough on Supernova Phoenix. But let me yes, I'm ready. Ready. Ugh. That's just my opinion. Maybe it's not my place to say so, but I'm gonna go and give it. All right, so we're in Champion Select. That was nice and quick. No one really needed to take a little break or anything. This is game 2. Will we see a 2-0 wipe by the Da Vinci Lid, who looking to reclaim their title, or will we see the super comeback from Supernova Phoenix? Find out next time on Reverie Esports Open Tournament Series. No, I'm kidding. There's not going to be another episode. There won't be a repeat of this, basically. It's next week is a new episode, I promise. We're not going to cut off here and be like, oh, they're charging the Spirit Bomb for 15 episodes. No. It's more like a movie, I guess, since it's, what, we're 4 or 5 hours in? No, it's 4 hours because we started at 6 Central, and it's now 10 Central, which would be 6 Eastern to 11 Eastern. Alrighty, there's my last water. Okay, so bands. I was kind of talking to myself there, so we kind of skipped over bands completely. We're seeing Zed, Poppy, Nidalee, Jin, Volibear, Trundle. Zed bands, not a surprise. Robbie Bob uh, is one of the top Zed players in the country. Nidalee, not a surprise. We see lots of strong Nidalee play from Snowstorm. And Volibear, not a surprise because Armor Bear's rule is one of the top Volibears in the entire country. We do see Supernova first picking Gragas, which takes that away from Snowstorm. We'll have to see. I don't know what else Snowstorm plays, so that'll be interesting to see what else. He might pick up, say, a Lee Sin maybe, or Elise, which, yeah, there's the Elise. Um, LeBlanc being locked in. I'm not sure if I've ever seen Robbie Bob play LeBlanc. Or maybe they're silly and Armber's rule is going to play LeBlanc top. I've seen it before. It's really annoying. Trinidad being hovered over, and Ezreal being stolen from Enrique. Very interesting strategy. They're taking 2 of the champions that Supernova was playing. Or not the Supernova, but that Da Vinci was playing. And there is the Lissandra being locked in, deciding that they don't need to take any more of the picks that Da Vinci would like to play, typically. Now that Enrique is hovering over Graves, which I don't think that's likely. It's probably going to be Lucian. Could be wrong. Maybe he's listening right now. He's like, man, these guys talking shit on me. And there's the Kindred being, not Kindred, sorry. Callista being hovered over. I think he might have played Callista before, but 90% of the time he plays Ezreal, and if he can't play that, he plays Lucian. Don't know. I think the only third pick we've seen before from him is Tristana. So, I mean, he's hovering over Draven. Maybe he plays Draven. Wouldn't mind that. Would be good to see Draven. Don't see Draven super often. There is the Lucian. I'm not surprised. Armor Bear's rule, going back to his Jax now that Volibear is not available. The last game, Supernova Phoenix did ban Jax, but and left Volibear open. But this time they're realizing their mistake and they have banned it the other way around, letting him have Jax instead. Nautilus has been locked in. Nautilus is a very consistent top laner. You see him a lot in such as something like LCS or in top tier play. Very common pick, one of the top pick top laners. Um, I feel like maybe he's fallen off a little bit, especially with the strength of champions like Poppy. Bard has been locked in. Don't see much Bard play. We see him occasionally, not very frequently, but a good Bard can be a game changer. Um, Robbie Bob once again hovering over Gangplank, but surely he's playing LeBlanc. Is that a LeBlanc support? Because that's absolutely silly. From what I'm reading from Man Bear Horse Pig. I remember that name from last week. Yeah, he's one of the players from a team. God, I've only seen him one time, so I don't remember what team he is. He played against the last week. I just can't remember which team it was. I am so sorry. There's too many of you. It's hard to remember everything. Okay, so we have Gangplank locked in. So that is in the top lane we have Nautilus versus Jax, and in the jungle we have Gragas and Elise, and mid lane is Lissandra versus Gangplank, and bottom lane we have Ezreal and Bard versus Lucian and LeBlanc. LeBlanc support. Here it comes. It's bothering me, so I'm going to look at last week's bracket because I am relatively positive he played last week. Let's see. The game house. Surely he's not on the roster for the game house. No. Down like Reginald. Yes, he is down like Reginald Man Bear Pig Horse Pig. Played Janna against the Da Vinci Load. Okay, so we are in the delay. 2 minutes left. Matchup wise, um, Nautilus is probably going to be kind of a little bit of bully to Jackson in the early game. He's got the really high base damage, and the grasp lets him trade very easily. Yeah, I recognize the name from last week. I just couldn't remember for which team, so I had to get to it before it bothered me. Um, jungle wise, it's kind of hard for me to say. Gragas has more CC, especially once he hits level 6, but Elise is just so strong in terms of just damage output. Got really high burst, very flexible with the cocoon and repel. But you could have typed it, but you weren't going to type it, so I was like, nope, not going to wait. I did just do it myself. Mid lane is once again is Lissandra. Not once again. It's Lissandra versus Robbie Bob once again on the Gangplank, which is I'm not sure how that matchup goes, but as long as Gangplank doesn't take too much damage, he can save the orange at level 6 to prevent Lissandra from locking him up completely. You can use that to deny the CC. He'll probably end up getting poked a little bit here and there, but imagine he'll be fine. If Lissandra is really good about not letting him use the barrels, because she has a very clean auto attack animation, she could quite easily deny barrels, though. I have seen that happen to Robbie before with somebody. He tries to get a barrel down, and somebody else auto attacks it at the last tick before he does. Bot lane, it is. My phone just vibrate? I think it did, but I'm gonna ignore it. I'll get it once we get the loading screen. It's Ezreal and Bard versus Lucian and LeBlanc. I have absolutely no idea how this line's gonna work. I think Lucian, especially on equally skilled players. I think Lucian is the better champion in terms of in lane at least. I think Ezreal scales really well into late game, especially as he gets items that lets him poke better. Um, but in laning phase, I feel Lucian's going to have an easier time, especially on a skilled player. LeBlanc support, I have no opinion on. I've never seen it before. I've seen AD top lane LeBlanc, um, but I've never seen support LeBlanc before. So that's a first one for me. We get to experience that together, guys. Aren't you excited? Let me get my phone real quick because I'm 90% positive it vibrated, which could mean a text message, maybe. Yes, it is. It's a text message from my father. How exciting. Okay, let me change the tags and then we'll read the message to myself and not to you guys, because that would be awkward. P and DVL. Okay, I'm going to reply to this so he knows what he wants to know. List. Got it. Okay. Alrighty. So we are in the game. Let me go ahead and readjust everything. Bingo. There we go. Alrighty. Item-wise, Nautilus is starting Doran's Ring. That's really interesting. We're actually seeing a lane swap. He's talking to me about a documentary he saw on Netflix about esports.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
Okay. Looks like DVL wanted to get some wards down in the jungle, so they did get one deep here. Supernova doesn't want to know they've lane swapped. If they're lane swapping, why would Nautilus take Doran's Ring and not Corrupting Potion? Knots usually start Doran's Ring, they don't start Corrupting Potion. You sure about that? I mean, to be fair, I'm still behind in the meta right now. I could see it working. I'm not saying it's a bad choice. It's just I figured Corrupting Potion's a more common pick. Maybe I'm wrong, though. I guess I could be wrong on that. That's what I get for taking a year break. Only recently coming back. So, I feel Jax is definitely going to struggle a bit versus a 2v1, so he may end up doing the jungle with Elise in the meantime, if he figures out. If they pop out now, he'll know. I'm interested to see which direction he goes. It makes most sense for him to follow Elise, and there it goes. There he goes. Yeah, Nautilus is doing the same thing. He's following Gragas around while they do the jungle. So Supernova Phoenix definitely trying to change the pace here. They don't want to let Da Vinci Load get to the point where they were before, because I figured they realized they can't win lanes traditionally. So they switch it up to prevent the skill disparity from getting in the way. We'll have to see if it pays off. I'm quite interested. It looks like Da Vinci Load's handling this swap just fine. Jax is heading down to the bot lane to help them push before Nautilus is. CS-wise, Gangplank is behind a little bit. I kind of expected that, but it shouldn't be a problem as he gets items and allows him to wave clear really easily. Supernova hasn't even touched this top turret yet, whereas Da Vinci Load has already almost killed this bottom turret. Where's it at? almost halfway now. And it looks like they're backing in bot lane while Jax finishes off this turret. So they're gonna go down pretty close at the same time, but and there it is. Alrighty. So Jax actually has a CS lead on Nautilus right now because he stayed in the jungle longer. There is the Elise gank, very awesome cocoon. They actually did not get the. Oh, they did get the flash. Okay, they could have dived that maybe, but They probably Elise probably would have died to the turret if you didn't kill Lysandra immediately and get in range to flash to the turret. Probably would have died. Gragas is in the jungle taking his wolves. Went ahead and smited the wolf. Nautilus is on his way top lane to start getting some CS. Jax is on his way to bot lane. Jax already has a very large CS lead, as it turns out. And they're going to start whittling away this top turret now. Oh, LeBlanc taking a little grasp damage there. Nothing too serious. Gangplank is going to be forced to back. He's actually keeping up his CS quite well. Oh, and here comes Elise to say hi. There is the chain. And Nautilus is going to go down. First blood going to Da Vinci load. Looks like Gragas is heading down to bot lane to help out with the push down here. Jax is going to be forced back, probably. Yep, and there is Robbie getting one of his barrels killed, but he does get the second one off. Yep, Jax, yep, being forced back away from the turret while it gets pushed down. So, thanks to this split push, they're definitely doing better, but they're still behind. Nautilus getting caught out like he did was very unfortunate. Jax has no fear walking up and saying, I want these 2 minions. Nautilus has headed back to top lane, and Elise is actually heading in that direction again to gank. So this could be a second kill going on to Nautilus. Here it comes. This time he does flash away. It looks like Elise wanted to smite a minion. Oh, Gangplank has hit 6. Everybody runs away pretty safely though. Does not get caught by a Jax stun under the turret. And Lysandra getting some decent poke in. Oh, very good Jax stun right before Bar could take his magical journey to get away from the damage. So he actually took 2 or 3 tower shots there, and that was enough to kill me. The tower shot actually followed him along the magical journey and ended up hitting him and killing him. It was actually quite funny. Oh, there's the dodge. Jax does land it, but there's the heal from Ezreal, enough to keep him alive. Oh, and Elise wants blood. A good flash cocoon is enough to pick up the kill. Gragas is going to accept his fate and dance. Wanted to show off his 6 dance moves before he died. Very good flash cocoon makes up for the missed cocoon on Nautilus once you try to smite a minion. Smited the wrong minion. Or maybe smited the right minion, it was going to hit either one of those minions either way. That's probably what would have happened. Well, LeBlanc wanting to catch a Bard, looks like. And a barrel plus an auto attack flash is enough to finish off Lysandra. Definitely underestimating how much damage Gangplank can do. No. Tried to body summon Lucian, but Lucian managed to cleanly step away using his own dash. So they weren't doing too bad for their initial portions of the game, but some slight mistakes are making it so that they're basically any advantage they had is mostly negated now. Jack's already working towards his Rage Blade. Already has the 2 pieces. And Nautilus still on Double Doran's Ring. Have to see how much gold he has. He has 1,000. So Jax is already well on his way to having a completed item, and Nautilus is not. Greg is forced to flash to get away from being chased by Lucian. Oh, there is the LeBlanc chasing him down though. Might be able to get some good damage in, but does not decide not to dive. Doesn't decide to dive. Elise heading towards bot lane, wanting to get Ezreal. Gangplank trying to get some poke in onto Lysandra. There is the Jax TP. That's going to completely prevent Ezreal from getting away. There is a TP coming in from Nautilus. Uses his ult, but is dodged by Elise's Repel. A very good use of Repel. Ooh, good Bard stun. LeBlanc gets hooked, but the stealth from her passive does end up saving her. Oh. Well, Gragas or Nautilus did get the ult up, it looked like, but it looks like the cooldown returned after Elise dodged it. I don't know if that's normal. Maybe he didn't get it cast completely, and before Elise got out of the way, and it basically gave him the cooldown back. Culling managed to get a decent amount of damage onto Gragas, but Gragas does get away. But the flash is enough to pick up the kill. And our Bear's Rule dies to minions on Jax. Whoops. So, right now, Supernova Phoenix is definitely in trouble here. They need to get some more vision. Actually, they weren't doing bad on vision. It's just they're getting outmaneuvered. Yep. The lane swap was definitely not a terrible idea, I think. I think it was a way they needed to, one of the things they could have done to try and throw the Da Vinci load off their pace. But I feel this definitely isn't the first time they faced off against this lane swap, because they faced one earlier, but they actually reacted quite well to the last one as well. So they've probably faced these before, because we haven't seen it in this tournament before today. It's definitely a first. This is the second, I guess. Oh. Here comes LeBlanc. Does manage to get the snare, but does actually eat a turret shot. There is a surprise Nautilus! And the second kill on the Da Vinci load goes to Nautilus. That's one kill for Nautilus. Ezreal has the other. So 2-9 with a 4k gold difference. Not the end of the world, but still in a not good spot. Jax has Rage Blade. Nautilus has a Bammy Cinder. Oh. And there's Jax once again saying hi, but Bard is there. Does manage to get some of the damage off. Gets the Ezreal heal. Ooh, good dodge by Greg's attempt to come in and ult him, but Jax managed to get out of the way with a leap. But he still, and it looks like he's going to go down. He uses the ult to finish the job. Maybe not necessary, but whatever works. Lysandra is going to go down to the... Oh! Good use of his ult to dodge the calling. And Bard ult comes in to delay his death even more. That Lysandra lived a lot longer than what one might have thought. Oh, and Ezreal does pick up LeBlanc. LeBlanc not having quite enough AP yet to 100-0 Ezreal. Middle turret slowly being whittled down by Lucian, Ezreal, and Elise. Or not Ezreal, sorry. Lucian, Elise, and Gangplank. Having a slight amount of, is it dyslexia, I guess? I don't know. They keep saying the wrong names. Oh. Thought that Bard stun landed on Lucian for a second, but it hit with a minion right in front of him. It was almost good. Ooh, that was a really good Nautilus suck. Lucian's in trouble here. Enrique goes down. That was an amazing hook. Normally I thought that wouldn't have hit, but it managed to just barely connect. Ooh, let's have a look. Okay, so Lysandra has finished Roa. Ezreal has finished Iceborne. Gets damaged up by LeBlanc quite well, but... Ooh. Gragas plus Ezreal ultimate almost finished the job, but he did. LeBlanc does flash out of the way of Ezreal's ult. There's the repel coming out of Elise. Jax is chasing down Nautilus. And that's 2 more kills going to Da Vinci Code. Oh. Whoo. Jax almost dies to the turret, and Elise barely picks up the kill that he wasn't able to get. Gragas once again getting. Nope, he does just get out of the way of the snare. Managed to just barely break the chain. Sylvia is slowly poking away at him. Gonna try and wave clear. But Gragas does not have enough. Hasn't finished his AP item yet, his Runic Echoes. So they're definitely struggling in the gold department right now. Jax has gone back to top lane to clear that wave out. He's got finished his boost. He's gonna back now. Probably gonna once again work towards that Trinity Force, I imagine. Elise couldn't build any number of magic resist items out of the cloak. And built a Abyssal Scepter. Alrighty. Has picked up an armor item. Could be a Zanya's, probably a dead man's. Nautilus still working towards Sunfire. Only Ezreal and Lissandra have a completed main item currently. Ezreal trying to get some poke out. Does manage to proc LeBlanc's passive. That's good. Was about to hit LeBlanc with a Q, but the clone teleported back and blocked the shot. Good guy, clone. Gangplank does come in to try and get a barrel in, but Bard wasn't in range and Ezreal Arcane shifted out. So there Ezreal has Iceborne Gauntlet now, so really can't. There's a pause. What's going on? I can't see the chat, so somebody's gonna have to let me know what's going on elsewhere. Oh, and the game is unpaused. Alrighty. Maybe they had a slight disconnect or somebody needed to do something. I don't know. They figured it out. It's all good. Gangplank has enough items to easily clear waves now. He has his Trinity Force working towards something with a longsword. LeBlanc working towards what looks like a Morello Nauticon. And Jax jumps in to finish off Bard. Has to use his flash, but Bard also used flash. It ended up working out pretty well. Jax is doing so much damage right now. There is a double kill. Oh, Ezreal trying to do something, but taking a lot of damage himself. There's the heal, but Ezreal plus turret with a quarter health Jax is wasn't enough to kill Ezreal. And there's LeBlanc to try and finish the job. Misses the snare. And there's the Gangplank ultimate to finish the job. Ezreal doing quite well until the very last second there. Oh. Nautilus is trying to say hi. Some love taps. But Gangplank does clear the wave with a barrel. Gangplank doing a lot of damage to Nautilus. Nautilus doesn't have too many items right now. There is Elise saying hi to Gragas. There is the Cocoon, and able to burst him down relatively easily. She has an Abyssal Scepter, and he still hasn't finished Runic Echoes yet. It's a very, very unfortunate. There is the Spooky Ghost coming out of LeBlanc. And they're slowly going to whittle down. Oh, she's actually going to do a lot of damage to Ezreal. It snares him up, but Bard body blocks the culling. Very aggressive play. Good body block by Bard. And Jax went ahead and picked up the Rift Herald. Jax leaping into the mid lane to say hi. Working towards that Eternity Force like I thought he would. Sunfire Cape and Runic Echoes finished onto Nautilus and Gragas respectively. And Ezreal has finished his Manamoon. He's actually doing okay score-wise. Oh, there's the Bard ult. It actually caught Jax mid there. That was kind of funny. But Jax was able to get his dodge right away and not take too much damage. Able to pick up Lissandra pretty easily. Gragas first to use his ult to try and get away. But he's being chased by LeBlanc. Might not be able to get away. And there it is. Jax jumping in, being really aggressive. Tanks another 2 tower shots and ends up dying to Ezreal. Actually, no, I lied. Nautilus got the kill. So Ezreal's doing okay. Actually has more CS than Enrique on Lucian. But has died 4 times as opposed to 2. But he has 5 kills. No. Oh, and Gangplank wants to dive, but he's really low. Very aggressive play, but right when he jumped in, Gangplank hit the barrel, and it was enough to kill Ezreal there. Gragas wants blood here, but and Lissandra comes in from the side and ends up picking up Enrique on his Lucian. Oh. Ooh, Jax did a lot of damage. He actually got a crit there. Could be a dead. Yep, it is a dead Bard. Lissandra forced to use the claw to run away. Didn't want to give Jax another kill. Jax is 8-5 right now, so he's quite scary. And Nautilus is unfortunately going to go down. I lied. Snowstorm was not going Deadsman this time. He's getting a Zhonya's. I did say that was possible, to be fair. Maybe he feels that he's such an enormous lead that more AP is going to help him ensure that they maintain their victory. Because they have such a definitive lead right now, despite some mistakes. Waiting for somebody to come along. They have control of that spot right there in the jungle. Here comes Gragas. Gangplank gets locked up by CC and is probably going to go down. Yep. Bard ults himself so that Jax cannot finish him. But Jax is almost dead himself. But Lissandra was not able to lock him up with CC. Nautilus ult not quite enough damage. Jax is going to mock him slowly. Oh. Nautilus cannot get either, unfortunately. Oh, what's going to be the play here? Lissandra is still dead. LeBlanc is able to get away. Oh, he doesn't know Gragas is here. He's waiting till the last second. Good catch by Gragas. It's unfortunate that Silva's LeBlanc decided to back just inside sight range. Wasn't able to get the flash body slam, but the W plus barrel was enough. Oh. Nautilus tried to hook Lucian, wasn't quite able to land it. Gets picked up pretty easily by Jax and Lucian himself. Oh, Gangplank managed to get a really good barrel, uses the oranges to get rid of the slow and snare. Oh, that could be a dead Gangplank, it is. Very super aggressive use of his oranges to try and get the kill. Ended up being his downfall because of the LeBlanc or Lissandra ult. Oh, Jax going wants to try and stun, doesn't quite land it. Oh, and LeBlanc getting a little aggressive, ends up going down. Jax getting locked up by Nautilus, but does manage to pick up Gragas very easily. Ooh, he managed to pick up. Oh man, he kills Lysandra too, thanks to the help of calling from the back. Elise and Lucian going ham. Lucian gets locked up by Bartle. This is really dangerous for them to chase here. And Elise has used his Zhonya's, or Zhonya's I should say. Oh, and another kill going to Ezreal. Ezreal's actually quite scary. He does a lot of damage. He screams barrel. So I feel like the Da Vinci Load is just they're kind of screwing around a little bit. They could be playing a lot safer and just closing this game very easily, I think. But they're just kind of playing around, I think. Dragon is up. Currently, Jax has finished his Gunblade. Could be building Maw next, maybe. Gangplank has finished Essence Reaver, working towards probably Infinity Edge. Infinity Edge is also probably being worked on by Lucian, and LeBlanc is building a Luden's Echo. So it is definitely a LeBlanc who is be very scary. Gangplank being locked up by Nautilus, but Gragas is being chased by Jax. Jax saved the day. Getting slowed, or trying to slow him at least. Oh. Oh, the anchor was wasn't in range of the wall. He shot too far, overshot. Very unfortunate. Elise is going ahead and go and pick up the second dragon of the game, going to Da Vinci Load. There it is. Looks like Gragas wants a Banshee's Veil, and Nautilus is working towards Spirit Visage. Elise is working towards Rylai's. And I'm not sure what Brard is getting. Could be Locket, could be an armor item. And Baron going down for the first time, going to the Da Vinci Load. They have an enormous lead. This will help them push in a lot easier. 17 gold at 20, or 17k gold at 25 minutes is no joke. Ezreal eats part of the block combo, and it does an enormous amount of damage. If that snare had hit, he would probably be dead right now. Oh, Jax just dives in and managed to pick up Ezreal really easily. He's gonna go and try and fight Gragas and Nautilus at the same time. He picks up Nautilus. The Morellonomicon actually prevent him from healing enough to probably survive and kill Gragas as well. And there is the Lysandra ult. Gets picked up. Lucian gets picked up as well. But here comes Elise and LeBlanc. Lysandra goes down. Gragas gets away. Or did he die and respawn? I can't remember. I think he didn't die. I think he just went to the fountain, came back, and saved Bard probably from Elise. LeBlanc slowly gonna auto this turret, keep the Baron buff on the minions. And no, she wants to back out. Gangplank is gonna split bottom. Probably has the right idea. It doesn't hurt to secure that last turret for the global gold. Give your enemies less options. If the game lasts that long, it makes the next Baron really easy if they can get that bottom inhibitor at the right time. LeBlanc gonna go ahead and take those camps for herself. And Gangplank looking for a kill, but is seen by vision. There is the spooky ghost to slow up Ezreal. Ooh, LeBlanc ate a lot of damage there. And there's the Ezreal ultimate to pick him up. There's the Gangplank barrels, and Lysandra able to get an ult in and lock him up to death. Very good play by Ezreal to not only avoid death, but actually pick up LeBlanc in return. And they need every bit of gold they can get, especially if they don't die in return. Yeah, there's the Rylai's onto Elise. Double stun by Bard. Jax actually gets a QSS and a Hex Drinker. So he definitely doesn't like magic damage right now. Oh, and there's the Bard ult onto 2. Jax gets stunned up. Jax uses his QSS. And Jax doing a ton of damage. Nautilus down. Gragas almost down, but not quite. Don't get me wrong, that was a good Bard ult, but they weren't so far behind that would probably be a dead Jax and a dead Elise. Oop, Bard and Lissandra eating a barrel there from Gangplank. Jax wants to dive. Forces the Zhonya's on Lissandra. Lissandra's probably going to die here. And there is a double kill going to Da Vinci Lode again. There is the last inhibitor turret, and there is the last inhibitor going down. Oh, Ezreal almost goes down to LeBlanc again. Very, very close. Nautilus tried to hook Gangplank into the neck, and there is going to be game. GG. Da Vinci Lode reclaiming their title after 2 weeks being away from it. Yeah, second place goes to Supernova Phoenix. A very good attempt. Congratulations on making it to the finals. And our last place match was, or not last place, third place I should say. I'm sorry, that was rude. Where is my bracket? I have the wrong window open. Brackets. The Game House versus Supernova Genemy, and the Game House was the winner of that match. So, thank you all for coming out again. I'd like to give a shout out to our sponsors, Wall History app, Vibi making able to help us make highlight videos very easily with their website, no external software, and downloadable software, I should say. It's all on their website, very useful. And I'm trying to think of who else our sponsors are. Open that up. Battlefly, who we use to make our tournament brackets. We pretty much host all their tournaments through them. Very useful. Very, very good service to help us organize these tournaments. Because I've used some free ones before, and they can be kind of wonky. Not free ones. This is still free, but some what's the word I'm looking for? Not free. I don't know. I don't know what to describe it. It was not as good as this. These are a lot cleaner brackets, a lot easier to use. Even has very good history. We can click on an old match and it'll tell us who won, who lost, what champions are picked, the score. Very nice. So yeah. Congratulations once again to Da Vinci Lode for making it back. Let me go ahead and switch to this. It's unfortunate that Kolag cannot be here tonight. Apparently he had some schoolwork he had to deal with. So I had to fly solo for the evening. That's fine. I'm happy to get the practice. I made some mistakes here and there, and I'll admit that. Not used to having to do the play-by-play. I think I mentioned that before. That's fine, though. So, this was number 39 of our Reverie Esports. Next week will be number 40, clearly. Hopefully we'll see all the teams returning again. Always happy to see lots of teams signing up and playing. And I think that's it. I hope we get to see you guys next week. Thanks for joining us. Good night.